Chapter 674. How could Yang Ming let this guy take advantage of Sun Jie? Although he said that he wanted Sun Jie to stay, if someone really dared to touch her, what would happen? Yang Ming grabbed a fork from the tableware on the table. With a schwa sound, he nailed the young man's hand directly to the table. The coffee shop belonged to a type of Western restaurant. There was a fork in the tableware provided inside. Although Yang Ming didn't order the food that was eaten with a fork, each set of tableware was the kind that was packaged. Even if the fork wasn't used, it was included. Damn, the young man in the basketball jersey cursed in pain. His eyes almost popped out. Looking at his bleeding palm, he resisted the pain and shouted, "You fucking dare to stab me? Don't you know who I am? Stabbing you is already considered light." Yang Ming said indifferently, "You drenched me in water. How can you endure it? Don't you know who my grandfather is?" The young man in the basketball sweater said fiercely, "Who is your grandfather? Is it Grandpa Bai?" Yang Ming joked, "Yes, my grandfather's surname is also Bai." He didn't expect the young man in the basketball sweater to nod seriously. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to admit it. He was suddenly somewhat inexplicable. However, when Yang Ming was stunned, the young man in the basketball sweater took out a pistol from his pocket and shot in the direction of Yang Ming. "Be careful." Sun Jie had been paying attention to the young man in the basketball sweater. When she saw him suddenly take out the gun, she quickly reminded Yang Ming. If Yang Ming was in the past, he would really be tricked by this kid. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be disabled. However, after 10 days of inhuman training in Europe, Yang Ming's reaction ability had reached a very terrifying level. At the moment when the young man in the basketball sweater took out the gun, Yang Ming suddenly reached out and hit the acupuncture point on the elbow of his left hand that was taking out the gun. This acupuncture point was very common. Almost everyone knew it, but if it was hit hard, it would cause the palm to release reflexively. The young man in the basketball sweater was not spared. The pistol fell to the ground with a "pa" sound. However, the young man in the basketball sweater was obviously not a good person. After the gun was knocked away by Yang Ming, he didn't pick up the gun, nor did he continue to launch any attacks. Instead, he pulled the chair beside him to Yang Ming. Then he turned around and ran with the other two people. Outside the door of the coffee shop, there was immediately the roar of a car engine. Because there were two women around him, he didn't chase them. Who knew if this guy was luring the tiger away from the mountain? These people's conflict with me is not a coincidence. Now it seems that it is premeditated. The young man in the basketball sweater seemed to be a stupid guy, but in fact, everything that happened just now was in his calculations. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel lucky. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he might have already lost his life. Even if I was fine, it wouldn't be good if the pistol went off accidentally and hurt Xiao Qing or Sun Jie. After a little hesitation, Yang Ming figured out the general situation of the matter. These four people came in after Xiao Qing and I entered the coffee shop. It seems that they should have been premeditated for a long time, but how did they follow me here? Yang Ming didn't know. Was it a coincidence or something else? After these four people came in, they had been looking for an opportunity. One of them left and went to the Nissan van at the door, ready to escape at any time. The departure of this person gave the young man in the basketball sweater an opportunity to find fault. They seemed to be almost rogue looking for fault. But in fact, these people were deliberately looking for fault. The pot of tea that was thrown over was actually to bring Yang Ming's table into this dispute, taking advantage of this dispute to distract Yang Ming's attention, and then to kill Yang Ming. However, why didn't these people shoot in the back? Yang Ming was a little confused. Although the four people escaped, Yang Ming didn't have the intention to continue to stay here. He didn't care about the stunned waiter standing there. He threw 100 yuan on the table, and then quickly left the coffee shop with Xiao Qing and Sun Jie. The pistol on the ground was also put into Sun Jie's backpack quietly. Originally, there was a good opportunity for a threesome, but the atmosphere was ruined in vain. Xiao Qing was obviously frightened. Yang Ming and Sun Jie comforted her for a while, sent her back to rest. "I will go first. If there is anything, call me." Sun Jie helped Xiao Qing into the car and said, after closing the door, "And you be careful too." Yang Ming had no other thoughts now. What happened just now had made him a little irritated. Sun Jie nodded. There was no expression on her face, but there was some warmth in her heart. Sometimes the feeling of being cared for was really good. Just looking at Yang Ming and Xiao Qing sitting together, Sun Jie's heart felt uncomfortable for no reason. In her life, she was also a very strong person. Although she was looking for Xiao Qing this time to end the abnormal relationship with her, when she saw that Xiao Qing was actually with Yang Ming, Sun Jie immediately had a feeling that her own things were taken away by others. As for what was her own things, was it Xiao Qing or was it Yang Ming? She wasn't too sure herself. After sending Xiao Qing back to her apartment to rest, Yang Ming took a shower here. After clearing his mind, he lit a cigarette and carefully thought about what happened today. Yang Ming rarely smoked now. He would only smoke when he was thinking about a problem. At this moment, Yang Ming frowned. He really couldn't figure out what was going on today. If someone really wanted to kill him, it wasn't impossible. He had a lot of enemies. For example, Wang Jitao or Huang Yukai were very likely to do such a desperate thing. There was also an inexplicable organization that had been entangled with him before. He still had a person from their organization. It was possible that this organization wanted to retaliate against him. However, today's matter didn't seem to be the case. This seemingly well-planned shooting incident actually had a lot of suspicious points. The young man in the basketball jersey could have shot him from behind. The success rate was higher than distracting him and then shooting him with a gun, but he didn't do so. This was very suspicious. And wait, Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important problem. That was, according to the plan of this group of people, they used the teapot to provoke him. However, there was a very sharp problem in this. If the young man in the basketball jersey threw the teapot, what would happen if the waiter in the coffee shop couldn't dodge it? Wouldn't the teapot hit the waiter's face? Wouldn't they fail to achieve their original intention? That waiter has a problem. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly picked up the phone and dialed Ho Jinhan's number. He explained a few words to him and then hung up the phone. Yang Ming asked Ho Jinhan to go to the coffee shop to find the waiter. As for whether the waiter had escaped, Yang Ming didn't know. He could only take one step at a time. In the underground parking lot of a private company, far away from the coffee shop, the white Nissan van was parked there, but there was no one in the car. In a secret room not far from the parking lot, a very gloomy man was reprimanding four young men. One of the young men had a bandage on his hand and a Band-Aid on his nose. Yes, he was the young man in the basketball jersey who attacked Yang Ming in the coffee shop. Standing next to him were the other three accomplices. So fucking useless. You can't even do this well. The gloomy man reprimanded angrily. I'm sorry, boss. The young man in the basketball jersey said carefully. Forget it. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Everything depends on how long. The gloomy man said faintly. Well, the four of you go down first. Hide for a while. Don't be found. Yes, boss. The young man in the basketball jersey said quickly. After the four people left, the gloomy man stood up from the boss chair and said fiercely, Yang Ming, you spoiled my plans. See how I deal with you. At the same time, Ho Jinhan had already led people to surround the coffee shop. Chapter 675. Lu Xilong, what happened over there? The owner of the coffee shop came over in a hurry. This Lu Xilong was the waiter who had just escaped the teapot attack and saw the whole process of the conflict between Yang Ming and the young man in the basketball sweater. Because the conflict and the young man in the basketball sweater took out the gun in a flash, no one else in the shop saw the details except for the waiter. At this time, there were not many people in the shop, so the only witness was this waiter named Lu Xilong. Lu Xilong tidied up his clothes and said indifferently, Manager, it's nothing. There was a small conflict between the two customers. Here, this is the money left by the customer. As Lu Xilong said, he handed the 100 yuan bill left by Yang Ming to the manager. How much is it to break a teapot? This 100 yuan was enough to cover the cost of the coffee, so the manager didn't say anything more. After all, he didn't lose anything. Are you okay? The manager received the money and asked Lu Xilong. I'm fine. Lu Xilong smiled and said, Manager, don't worry. However, Lu Xilong knew that if there was no accident, someone would come to him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a group of people to come into the coffee shop. The person who took the lead glanced at the waiter in the shop and walked straight to Lu Silong. Because Lu Silong's characteristics were easy to recognize, he had a yellow buzz cut. This was different from the other waiters. You come with us. The person who spoke was naturally Ho Jinhan, the person who took the lead. Well, let's go out and talk. Lu Silong said calmly. Don't make trouble in the shop. Ho Jinhan nodded. He didn't expect this kid to be quite cooperative. Outside the door of the coffee shop, Lu Silong didn't make trouble. He obediently got into Ho Jinhan's car. Because of the large number of people, Ho Jinhan brought a Jinbei van this time. After getting in the car, Lu Silong also sat there quietly. He looked as if he could be killed or tortured by others. Ho Jinhan was too lazy to care about him. Brother Yang hadn't said anything yet, so he had to catch this guy first. He didn't know what to ask this guy. Boss, the matter is done. The kid has been caught by us. Ho Jinhan called Yang Ming and reported. Oh, caught. Yang Ming was stunned after listening. He didn't expect that the waiter didn't escape. Then you wait for me at the nightless club. Hanging the phone, Yang Ming said, Sister Xiaoqing, today's matter. I will go out. And be careful. Xiaoqing knew that Yang Ming had something to do. If today's matter wasn't handled well, she would be worried all the time. Calm. You've worked hard, Big Ho. Yang Ming patted Ho Jinhan's shoulder and said, What hard work. This person didn't resist at all. After catching him, he didn't say a word. There was no fear at all. Ho Jinhan smiled bitterly. Oh, Yang Ming frowned. There was an indescribable premonition in his heart. It's not as simple as it looks on the surface. Let's go in and take a look. Yang Ming sighed. He pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Ho Jinhan followed closely behind. Sure enough, it was the waiter he saw in the coffee shop. At the moment, he was tied to a chair without saying a word. He didn't make any noise. His eyes were staring in one direction. Do you know why I asked you to come? After Yang Ming asked this sentence, he felt a little funny. It was like the tone of the police interrogating the prisoner in the TV series. Lu Silong rolled his eyes and didn't speak. If you don't want to suffer, tell the truth. Yang Ming sat in the chair opposite Lu Silong and asked, What do you want to know? What do you want me to say? Lu Silong finally spoke, but his tone was very indifferent. Are you with a group of people today? Yang Ming asked after a moment of hesitation. That group of people? Which group? I'm just a little waiter. I don't know this at all. Lu Silong looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Really? Then how did you so coincidentally avoid the teapot thrown by the kid? Yang Ming sneered. I can only say that I am lucky to avoid the teapot. What coincidence? Lu Silong said indifferently. If you want to talk about coincidence, I think you are the one who is coincidental. You blocked the teapot. That is really a coincidence. It seems that you are also the kind of person who won't give up until you see the coffin. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Ho Jinhan, Let him have some fun. Ho Jinhan nodded and walked over to Lu Silong. In his hand, it was unknown where he got a stun baton from. Looking at the flashing electric sparks, Lu Silong's performance wasn't as calm as before. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. He seemed to be hesitating and struggling, but he clenched his teeth. All of this was seen in the eyes of Yang Ming. Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what the guy in front of him meant. If he was said to be timid, he was so calm before. However, in that instant, he wasn't as calm as he had been before. Don't electrocute him to death. Electrocute him where his flesh is thicker. Yang Ming wanted to see how long this guy could be stubborn. See, Lu Silong took a breath of cold air. Obviously, the voltage adjusted on Ho Jinhan's stun baton wasn't high, so when the electric current hit the body, it would only be painful, but it wouldn't cause any problems. I'll ask you one more time. Were those people with you today? Yang Ming looked at Lu Silong, who was grimacing in pain. Lu Silong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He had a painful expression. Continue. Yang Ming instructed Ho Jinhan. Yes. Ho Jinhan adjusted the stun baton and then poked at Lu Silong's belly. Ah! Lu Silong screamed, and the veins on his forehead popped out. It should be about time, right? I have suffered some physical pain for a while. If I say it now, it shouldn't cause any suspicion, right? A voice came into Yang Ming's mind. It's coming again. Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong with interest. Isn't this guy's idea a bit special? What does he mean by saying it now won't cause any suspicion? Could it be he's been acting all along? No, I can't stand it if it continues like this. Ayo! Lu Xilong screamed and said, "Don't electrocute me. I will say it. I will say it all." Ho Jinhan took back his hand and stood aside. Yang Ming stared at Lu Xilong and said, "Say it. What is your name?" "My name is Lu Xilong. They all call me Along." Lu Xilong said honestly. "Today's group of people, are they with you?" Yang Ming continued to ask. "Yes, I am indeed with those people today," said Lu Xilong. "Oh, so you have premeditated it?" asked Yang Ming. "I'm just a small fry. What the boss says, we will do," said Lu Xilong. "Then who is your boss?" Yang Ming continued to ask. I can't say it. If I say it, the boss will kill me." Lu Xilong's face showed a look of horror. "If you don't say it, I will let you die now." Yang Ming snorted. "Do you think I will let you go before I get a satisfactory answer? I really can't say it. If I say it, I will die." Lu Xilong shook his head and said, "Big Ho, since he doesn't say it, then drag him down. Electrocute his little penis until he is electrocuted." Yang Ming looked up and said to Ho Jinhan, "No problem." After Ho Jinhan finished speaking, he was going to grab Lu Xilong. "Oh my God, didn't the boss say that there was no danger? Why is this Yang Ming style so evil? Forget it. I should say in advance. I don't want to suffer. If I say it now, he shouldn't doubt it. After all, my current situation is also very critical." Although Yang Ming heard his thoughts, his expression didn't change. This was his secret, the secret of victory. Looking at Yang Ming, looking straight into his eyes, Lu Xilong was a little guilty, but he still said, "Well, I will say it. I will say it. Don't electrocute me. Say it." Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled Ho Jinhan to wait. "It's at Sun Jia," Lu Xilong said with fear. Chapter 676. Sun Jia. Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong with a stunned expression. "Sun Jia sent someone to kill me? Is there a mistake? You don't tell her that I said it, or I'm dead." Lu Xilong said carefully. "Are you sure it's Sun Jia?" Yang Ming looked at Lu Xilong strangely. "I said, do you know who Sun Jia is?" "That is the one who sat opposite you today," said Lu Xilong. "Then, why do you think Sun Jia wants to kill me?" Yang Ming didn't believe that Sun Jia would send someone to kill him. There was no reason at all. "I have no grievances with Sun Jia. In the end, there's some ambiguous relationship. Why would Sun Jia kill me? It's a big joke." Even if Yang Ming's method of getting Sun Jia was a bit rough, it would never be enough to be hated by Sun Jia. Yang Ming stared at Lu Xilong and didn't speak. He just looked at him like that. Lu Xilong was a little guilty. He couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his head. However, he couldn't think of a reason why Yang Ming didn't believe him. So, on the surface, he still pretended to be very calm, but his heart was very turbulent. He should be able to believe it, right? There is no flaw in what I said. "Sorry, I don't believe what you said at all." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's full of flaws." Lu Xilong was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Why does it seem that what I just thought was known by him? Big Ho continued. "I want to see what a roasted chicken looks like." Yang Ming said. "No problem," Ho Jinhan said as he picked up the stun baton and approached Lu Xilong. Don't. Lu Xilong was so scared that his voice changed. "I have said the behind-the-scenes instruction. Why do you still want to electrocute me?" "Did you say it?" "You didn't tell the truth at all," Yang Ming said. "I really didn't lie to you. How would I dare to lie?" Lu Xilong said quickly. "Whether you're lying or not, the expression on your face is very clear. Do you think I can't tell?" Yang Ming sneered. Lu Xilong's heart was a little surprised. Am I really not suitable for acting? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have accepted this job. Sai, this guy is really hard to deal with. Didn't Director Yin say that this mission was easy? Damn it, I'm going to die. Next time, no matter how much money you give me, I won't do it. President Yin? Yang Ming laughed. It's fine if you don't want to tell the truth, but your heart has already betrayed you. At this time, Yang Ming also heaved a deep sigh of relief. Previously, although Yang Ming did not believe that Sun Jie would send someone to kill him, he was also somewhat suspicious. After all, among his women, the one he couldn't figure out the most was Sun Jie. Yang Ming couldn't guess Sun Jie's thoughts at all. She obviously had a good impression of him, but she refused to let go. If Yang Ming didn't have special abilities, he might have been a little suspicious at this moment. After all, Sun Jie finally picked up the pistol. Yang Ming couldn't help but doubt her intentions. But now the truth was revealed. Yang Ming basically figured out the process of the matter when he heard the two words Director Yin. This Yin Guangdou is very interesting. He actually made such a serial plan to sow discord between my relationship with Sun Jie. Also, this guy is secretly in love with Sun Jie. But because of the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie, he can only find a way to sow discord in the middle. If I didn't guess wrong, Yin Guangdou sent you, right? Yang Ming asked Lu Xilong with a smile. Lu Xilong's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't figure out how Yang Ming guessed it. Looking at your expression, it should be like this. Yang Ming waved his hand. Lu Xilong said, you don't have to say it. I basically guessed what was going on. Big Ho, take him down and find a place to lock him up first. Yes. Ho Jinhan directly grabbed Lu Xilong's collar, picked up the stool, and dragged him out the door. Yang Ming began to think about the cause and effect of the matter. Needless to say, this Yin Guangdou is really ingenious. He deliberately showed a flaw to me so that I can go back to the coffee shop to find Lu Xilong. Lu Xilong, on the other hand, had previously played the trick of injuring himself to gain sympathy. He would rather die than submit. In the end, he pretended to be unable to support himself and said the mastermind behind the scenes. In the eyes of others, Lu Xilong must be telling the truth, but Yang Ming could peek into his thoughts and directly see through his little trick. Not to mention, if the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jie wasn't that good, and if Yang Ming didn't have special abilities, then he might really believe Lu Xilong's words. Yin Guangdou, interesting. I haven't seen him jump around for a long time. I thought he had given up. I didn't expect him to play such a trick. Big Ho, ask for Lu Xilong's phone number for me. Yang Ming called Ho Junhan and instructed. Lu Xilong's thoughts had been guessed by Yang Ming. The matter was exposed, and he had nothing to hide. He simply answered whatever Ho Junhan asked him. However, Lu Xilong was just a small fry. He didn't know much. Knowing Yin Guangdou's mobile phone number was already the limit. After getting Yin Guangdou's mobile phone number, Yang Ming dialed it directly. Hello? Hello, who is this? Yin Guangdou looked at this unfamiliar number and asked, President Yin? I am Yang Ming, said Yang Ming casually. Yang Ming? Yin Guangdou's tone was obviously a little surprised, but he quickly returned to normal. Who are you? I don't know you. Don't know? You have a man named Lu Xilong. He said that you sent him. Yang Ming said calmly. When Yin Guangdou heard Yang Ming's words, his face turned green. At first, he still had a glimmer of hope. He thought that Yang Ming looked for him just because of a coincidence, and it was because of other things. However, now that he heard Yang Ming mention Lu Xilong, he immediately understood that Lu Xilong must have said everything. Motherfucker, this Lu Xilong is really a fucking spineless person. He is nothing. Yin Guangdou certainly couldn't admit it. What Lu Xilong? I don't know this person. Yin Guangdou, let me tell you. It doesn't matter if you know Lu Xilong or not. I will give you 3 days to move out of Songjiang. I don't want to see you again in the future. Yang Ming didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he directly threatened him. Kid, let's see what you are capable of. Yin Guangdou originally had a guilty conscience, so he politely said a few words to Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to directly threaten him. He immediately said with a sullen face, Don't think that you are so great just because you have a famous godfather. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. Some people? That's right. Yang Ming didn't care and smiled. Indeed, there are some people that I can't afford to offend now, but you're not in this list. Oomph. Yin Guangdou snorted and hung up the phone with a pack. Yin Guangdou was very angry with Yang Ming, but he resisted his anger and didn't show it. It was because there was a person next to him, a hale and hearty old man. "Little Yin, what's wrong?" The old man looked at Yin Guangdou, who had a red face, and asked. "A kid, he pissed me off." Yin Guangdou said with hatred, "I really want to kill him." So he told the old man about his grievances with Yang Ming. A little impatience spoils great plans. The old man listened and said with a blank expression, "We have been lurking in Songjiang for so many years. Don't forget our purpose." "Yes, Elder Yu." Yin Guangdou took a deep breath and nodded. "Women are just worldly possessions. After we complete the mission and return to the tribe, how many women do you want? The leader will reward you." The old man, who was called Elder Yu, said faintly, "I understand. I won't be exposed. Please rest assured, Elder Yu." Yin Guangdou said respectfully, "But I won't interfere with your normal social activities as long as you don't use our secret kung fu." Elder Yu said, "I don't know if Lan Hai, that old thing, is dead or not. You can't be too careless. In the past, Elder Yu smashed him into pieces. He can't be alive, right?" Yin Guangdou said, "That's hard to say. If Lan Hai, that old thing, isn't dead, our plan—" Elder Yu shook his head and didn't say anything. "Elder Yu, don't think so much. If your kung fu is mastered, then you don't have to be afraid of anyone." Yin Guangdou comforted him. "I hope so." Elder Yu sighed. "I'm leaving first. I can't be away for too long. My current identity is not easy to arrange. It won't be good if I'm suspected." "Goodbye, Elder Yu." Yin Guangdou quickly lowered his head and said, "No need to send me off." Elder Yu waved his hand and left Yin Guangdou's company. He rushed in one direction. Chapter 677. Regarding Yin Guangdou's behavior, Yang Ming didn't take it seriously. Yang Ming didn't put Yin Guangdou in his eyes at all. This person was just a small character. He instructed Ho Zhanhan to focus on finding trouble with Yin Guangdou, so he no longer paid attention to these trivial matters. Sun Jie's phone call also followed. "Yang Ming, there should be a problem with that waiter." Sun Jie waited for Yang Ming to pick up the phone and immediately said, "When I sent someone over, the waiter was no longer there." "Hee, you thought of it too? But I was one step ahead of you. The waiter is already in my hands." Yang Ming smiled. "Oh, was this for real? Your action is quite fast. It seems that I didn't warn you." Sun Jie shook her head and continued, "Right, there is one more thing. The pistol I picked up was also a fake gun. It was a toy pistol. I guessed this earlier." Yang Ming smiled. "Where did he get the real gun? Him? Do you know who did it?" Sun Jie was stunned and asked quickly. "I know," Yang Ming said. "Guess who?" "Who? How can I guess? Who knows who has a grudge with you? Right, could it be that Ouyang Junyuan?" Sun Jie thought about it and asked. "It's not him, but the waiter said that you ordered him to kill me." Yang Ming suddenly changed the topic and said seriously, "What? Me?" Sun Jie suddenly heard Yang Ming's serious voice and couldn't help but be stunned. Then she said, "Are you suspecting me?" "No." Yang Ming smiled again. "So, I asked someone to use a stun baton to electrocute that guy's penis. So he finally told the truth. You are really bad enough." Sun Jie breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Ming really suspected her, then her heart was really a little lost. "Who did it?" "Yin Guangdou." Yang Ming said to Sun Jie truthfully. "Is it him?" Sun Jie frowned. "He hasn't harassed me for a long time. I didn't expect him to endure for so long. But this move of his is really ruthless, trying to sow discord between us. Fortunately, our relationship is quite solid. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of this loophole," Yang Ming said. "What are you going to do?" asked Sun Jie. "A small fry. Why bother with him? I can kill him anytime." Yang Ming said, "I'll get Big Ho to deal with him." "Big Ho?" Sun Jie asked curiously. "It's Ho Zhanhan," Yang Ming explained. "Right, Yang Ming. What is your relationship with Ho Zhanhan and Bao Sanli?" Sun Jie asked after listening. "Are you hiding something from me? I have a lot of secrets, but I can't just tell you." "Let's talk about it after you become my woman," Yang Ming said. "Isn't it now?" asked Sun Jie. "The person is, but the heart is not." Yang Ming snorted. Whatever. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Sun Jie said faintly and hung up the phone. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't care. Right, Big Ho. How is my uncle's entertainment city going? Asked Yang Ming. The entertainment city has been refurbished and reopened. At present, it seems to be doing well. Ho Jinhan said. The sand field has also been bought and given to Mr. Yang. This Mr. Yang was, of course, Yang Dashin. It's good that it's done. Yang Ming nodded. Right, Big Ho. My dad just became the chairman. He is not very clear about many operations. You should help him when you have time. I'm afraid that Uncle Feng and little Wang can't handle it. Wang Jinda is fine. That kid is smart. He must be Uncle Yang's right-hand man. Ho Jinhan smiled after listening. However, the concert is about to be held. I have to help coordinate it. Well, you do as you see fit. Yang Ming instructed. Yang Ming finally took a break from his busy schedule. He leaned on his bed and stroked a diary in his hand. His mood was very complicated. It was very impolite to peek at other people's diaries, but since Wang Shui gave this diary to him, it meant that there must be something related to him in this diary. After hesitating again and again, Yang Ming decided to open it and read. Since he had decided to accept Zhou Jiejie, then he should try to understand her. Reading a diary was the best way to understand a person's heart and character. The small lock on the diary was basically useless for Yang Ming, a master of unlocking. Picking up a paperclip, Yang Ming opened the lock on the diary. The diary started when she was in junior high school. From the initial immature handwriting to the later elegant handwriting, it symbolized that a girl had moved from ignorance to maturity. The ups and downs in between were such precious treasures. Yang Ming decided to take a look at it first, so he specifically picked some chapters related to his name to read. Yang Ming's eyes were comparable to the search function in a computer. He directly scanned through every page of the diary and easily found the relevant chapters. However, Zhou Jiejie, this little girl, was also very interesting. Yang Ming found that his own name was basically replaced with he or ym. June 14th. Why is it that every time he talks to Suya, he's always so pleasant, but when he talks to me, he always has an impatient expression? When he talked to Suya in class, I reprimanded him as the class monitor. I didn't want to scold him at first. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk to him more, but it seemed that he was more annoyed with me, thinking that I was meddlesome. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. AI, we were really naive and ridiculous at the beginning. Xiao Qing was right. Zhou Jiejie always used the class monitor's identity to control me. It turned out that she was interested in me. But at that time, who could think so much? Thinking of high school, Chen Mingyan seemed to often treat him like this. Yang Ming suddenly realized. He continued to turn the page. June 18th. Today, the results of the math competition came out. YM actually got the first prize. However, what was unexpected was that Suya actually also won a national second prize. I only got the third prize. It turns out that YM likes smart girls. From today on, I have to work hard. Work hard to learn mathematics. Math competition, it seems that I really got the first prize. In retrospect, Zhou Jiejie did ask me some Olympiad questions for a while. At that time, I thought that she didn't like me and deliberately found difficult questions from the question bank to make things difficult for me. It seems that I'm misunderstood. September 10th. Today is Teacher's Day. The school has a half-day holiday. But my mood is very bad. When he left school, he actually left with Suya. The two of them were actually holding hands. Are they already in love? What should I do? Is holding hands falling in love? Yang Ming sighed. Who can say it clearly at that age? September 11th. I told Teacher Wu what I saw yesterday. Teacher Wu will definitely separate him and Suya, right? In this way, I have a chance. It must be like this. I'm in a good mood today. Teacher Wu talked to Suya alone. Maybe she will be transferred to another seat soon, right? Aren't you making a mistake? Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jiejie's childish handwriting and was somewhat speechless. Isn't this thinking too simple? Will I be able to be with you if you break me up with Suya? However, seeing that you are still young, I won't argue with you. The past, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about it now. Moreover, Zhou Jiejie was willing to lose her life for him. These small mistakes, Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue. September 15th. Did I do something wrong? Suya transferred schools. She actually transferred schools. I don't know why, but my mood became bad. It is reasonable to say that my chance is greater now that Suya is gone, but I can't be happy at all. Suya, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I didn't expect the result to be like this. This is the result of making a mistake. However, seeing that Zhou Jejia had remorse at that time, Yang Ming felt that his heart was more comforted. September 16th. Today, he didn't come to school. Why? Did he also transfer schools? I didn't listen to what the teacher said. My mood is very bad. What should I do? Who can tell me? Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but think of the things in the past. Suya's departure from him was truly an unbearable period of time. However, at that time, I hated Zhou Jejia to the extreme, but now it seems that this was just an infatuated little girl being impulsive. Chapter 678. He remembered that he hadn't entered the school for half a month. He had been staying at home and didn't listen to anyone. After the incident, the first thing he did when he stepped into school for the first time was to find a few delinquent girls to beat up Zhou Jejia. Now that he thought about it, Yang Ming felt a little regretful. September 30th. Today, I was taught a lesson by a few delinquent girls in the society. I know that he found them. I'm not going to tell the teacher this time. It's also to let him vent his anger. As long as he doesn't blame me anymore, it's fine. I really did something wrong. I originally thought that as long as I separated him and Suya, I could be with him. However, my thinking was too simple. Now, I regret it. But how should I remedy it? Looking at Zhou Jejia's mental journey, Yang Ming kept shaking his head and sighing. Who hasn't been young? It was really a pure and impulsive era. The persistence of young love and the longing for happiness could make a person risk his life. Zhou Jejia was like this. How could I not be like this? Now I'm laughing at Zhou Jejia for committing a crime. In fact, it's the same joke. I actually found someone to beat up Zhou Jejia. Moreover, because of Suya's matter, I was willing to degrade myself. Now it seemed that it was indeed a very unwise choice. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Yang Ming quickly closed the diary and asked, "Who is it?" "Big Ming, it's me, your dad." Yang Dehai pushed the door and came in. "Dad, what's the matter?" Yang Ming put Zhou Jejia's diary on the bedside table and then sat up. Yang Dehai glanced at Yang Ming's diary on the bedside table and asked curiously, "Big Ming, you still keep a diary?" Zhou Jejia's diary was the kind of diary that was bought in the market with a lock, so it could be seen at a glance. "Oh, it's not mine." Yang Ming smiled. "It's Zhou Jejia's diary." "Zhou Jejia?" Yang Dehai was stunned and frowned. "Isn't she the girl who complained about you in junior high school?" "It's her." "That's right." Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded. Since he was ready to accept Zhou Jejia in his heart, he couldn't hide it from his parents. "But you can't peek at other people's diaries. That's so immoral." Yang Dehai obviously misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming peeked at Zhou Jejia's diary because he wanted to find some of her personal privacy so that he could use it as a threat. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Dad, you've misunderstood. This diary..." "Sai, how do I explain this to you? What's going on? If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to be so secretive with Dad." Yang Dehai shook his head and said, "If you don't have any convincing reasons, don't look at it anymore. Hurry up and send it back." Yang Ming hesitated and deliberated for a long time. "Dad, I can't explain it clearly in a few words. I'd better start from the beginning." "You say it. I'm listening." Yang Dehai also wanted to hear Yang Ming's reason. Yang Dehai was still relatively assured about his son's character, so there must be some reason for this matter. Yang Dehai also wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Dad, Zhou Jejia and our college classmates, but she was injured because of me. She is in the hospital and hasn't woken up yet," said Yang Ming. "What? She was injured because of you? In the hospital?" Yang Dehai was shocked. "What the hell is going on?" "Dad, I'll tell you, but you don't have to worry about it." After Yang Ming finished, he looked at Yang Dehai's expression. When he saw Yang Dehai nodding, he continued, When I was helping Uncle Chun to solve a smuggling case, I was kidnapped by smugglers to their base. At the critical moment, Zhou Jia blocked a shot for me. The resentment between Yang Ming and Wang Jitao couldn't be explained clearly in a few words, so Yang Ming simply pushed the matter to Chen Fei. Catching the bad guys, his father, a person with a strong sense of justice, would definitely support him. Sure enough, Yang Dehai nodded after listening, and then sighed. It turned out to be this case. Sigh, this silly child. Big Ming, why didn't you tell me earlier? Dad, don't you want to ask why she blocked the shot for me? Asked Yang Ming, baffled. What else do you want to ask? Yang Dehai looked at the diary on the table and shook his head. Your father, have lived for so long. How can I not figure out these things? If I didn't guess wrong, this little girl complained about you because she was jealous of you and Suya, right? Yang Ming didn't expect his father to be so powerful. He immediately said the key point of the matter. What are you going to do? Yang Dehai didn't say much and asked directly. I promised her that I would take care of her in the future. Yang Ming said with some shame. Big Ming, I can't interfere with your matters. Yang Dehai was also very helpless. However, now you already have 2 girlfriends, Ming Yin and Lan Ling. If you add another one, what will Ming Yin think? Ming Yin also sympathizes with her. It shouldn't be a big problem to persuade her. Yang Ming said, if I remember correctly, you still owe a girl named Lin Jiyun a favor. Yang Dehai reminded. Yeah. Yang Ming nodded deeply. The responsibility he had to shoulder was getting heavier and heavier. One day, I will meet her parents with your mother. Yang Dehai said, whether Zhou Jia can wake up or not, your mother and I will help you take care of her. Dad, thank you for understanding. Yang Ming said with some emotion. He thought his father would be angry with him. Yang Dehai patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Big Ming, you are now an adult. Dad won't say anything more. If you think it is right, then just do it. Yang Ming smiled and suddenly thought of something. Right, Dad. Why are you looking for me? It's like this, Big Ming. Yang Dehai took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said, Old phone, little Wang, and I discussed it. About the concert, where do you think it is better to hold it? One is your school, Songjiang Industry University's gymnasium, and the other is the 7th District Stadium. Where do you think is better? This kind of thing, you don't need to discuss it with me, right? These are all unimportant matters. Yang Ming looked at the information in his father's hand and said, I think it is better to hold it in the school's gymnasium. Many of the college students are fans of Shuya. The atmosphere at the scene can be more lively, but if you look at the perspective of social influence, it is better to hold it in the stadium in the society. We have differences of opinion because of this. Yang Dehai smiled bitterly. Old phone means to hold it in the 7th District Stadium, while Little Wang means to hold it in the school's gymnasium. As you said, there are benefits to both of them. Old phone considers our advertising effect and thinks that it is better to hold it in the society. But Little Wang considers from the perspective of economic benefits. Shuya is the idol of college students. Holding it in the campus can make the venue more popular and make money. Isn't this easy to handle? Yang Ming smiled. Anyway, Shuya's itinerary is to stay in Songjiang for many days. Just arrange a few concerts in 2 places. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Yang Dehai slapped his thigh and said, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will contact the venue. Right, Dad. Give me a copy of Shuya's specific itinerary tomorrow. When it's time to pick her up at the airport, I will also be there. Yang Ming said, okay. Big Ming, do you know Shuya? Yang Dehai was a bit puzzled. I know her. I feel that her name is similar to Suya, so I pay more attention to her. Yang Ming explained. Yang Dehai nodded and didn't say anything. He turned and left Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming hadn't gone online for a long time. After his father went out, he turned on the computer and logged into QQ. The offline messages kept ringing, which gave Yang Ming a fright. However, most of them were some inexplicable group messages. Yang Ming closed them one by one. There was a group called Fishman Diehard Group. Yang Ming didn't know when he joined it, but he directly exited it. I'm a superstar left a lot of messages for Yang Ming. At first, it was pleasant, but later, there was nothing except an angry expression. It was probably because Yang Ming hadn't been online for a long time, so the other party was a little angry. Sorry, I've been busy recently. I haven't been online. Are you still there? Yang Ming sent an apologetic smiley face. Speaking of it, Yang Ming was really apologetic to I'm a Superstar. He hadn't talked to her for a long time. When he was frustrated in the past, it felt really good to have such a friend to encourage each other. Now that he was proud of it, he forgot that there was still this netizen who had accompanied him. Although the two of them had never met before, they could be said to be good friends who talked about everything on the internet. Chapter 679. The avatar of I'm a Superstar was in a gray state, so Yang Ming didn't care. After leaving her a message, he closed the dialogue window. Looking at the other messages, Chen Mingyan left a few messages for him. Looking at the time, it was sent just now. Mingyan, are you still there? I just came up. Yang Ming replied. Yang Ming, you are here? Chen Mingyan replied quickly. And I just came up. Why? Do you miss me? Yang Ming asked. What have you been doing these days? Why didn't you ask me to come? Chen Mingyan didn't directly answer Yang Ming's question, but her tone of voice also admitted it. My dad's factory was restructured. I followed and participated. Yang Ming said, I see. I also watch the TV news. Uncle Yang is always on TV now. Chen Mingyan said, my dad said that we're not compatible, so he has to work hard. Yang Ming said, stop joking. Chen Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. She never considered the problem of matching. On the contrary, she now felt that Yang Ming was getting better and better. Instead, she was a little worried about whether Yang Ming would have a change of heart. Yang Ming sent a smiley face. Yang Ming, are you free tomorrow? Chen Mingyan asked. Tomorrow? I should be free. Where do you want to go? Asked Yang Ming. I'm not going to play. Yang Ming, I want to see Zhou Jiejia. Can you accompany me? Asked Chen Mingyan. See Zhou Jiejia? Yang Ming was stunned. She is quite pitiful. Moreover, she was injured because of you. We can't ignore her. Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming was very surprised by Chen Mingyan's behavior. For a long time, Chen Mingyan, this little vinegar jar, was hostile to the girls who liked him. Only Zhou Jiejia was an exception. Not only did Chen Mingyan not hate her, but she also cared about her. I didn't ignore her. I just went to see her 2 days ago, Yang Ming said. Then you can pick me up tomorrow. Let's buy some flowers first and then go to the hospital, Chen Mingyan said. Of course, Yang Ming replied. Okay, I'll go to bed first. I'm a little sleepy, Chen Mingyan said. Good night. Yang Ming sent a goodbye emoji. After Chen Mingyan went offline, Yang Ming looked at the other messages. What he didn't expect was that I'm a Superstar actually replied shortly after Yang Ming sent the message. I'm a Superstar. You finally appeared. I thought you disappeared. I'm a Superstar. Why don't you talk? What are you doing? I'm a Superstar. You left again? I'm a Superstar. I'm so angry. If you don't appear again, I'm leaving. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm a Superstar. Forget it, goodbye. I wanted to tell you good news. Yang Ming looked at the message sent by I'm a Superstar and was a little dumbfounded. It was only 10 minutes. Is there need to be so angry? Yang Ming quickly returned a message. I just want to wash my face. I'm back now. Are you still there? No one replied for a long time. Yang Ming went offline resentfully. Yin Guangdou was very unlucky tonight. However, in order to achieve the plan of the patriarch, he could only swallow his anger and not resist. First, the car's tires were deflated. Yin Guangdou had no choice but to ask the driver to find a tow truck while he called a taxi. He didn't think much about it. He directly told the driver the destination and closed his eyes. About 20 minutes later, Yin Guangdou felt that something was wrong. Why haven't I reached home yet? If it was a normal day, I would have reached home already. Moreover, the car was always running. There was no traffic jam at all. Yin Guangdou opened his eyes and glanced at the scenery outside the car window. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Where is this place? Did you go the wrong way?" "Yes." The driver turned his head and grinned. "We're almost there." "Where are we? My house doesn't live here," Yin Guangdou said with some anger. "Are you going in circles? Do you want to cheat some money? Aren't you afraid?" that I will call and complain? In this year, incidents of taxi ripping off passengers had happened repeatedly. Therefore, Yin Guangdo subconsciously thought that this driver was going in circles and wanted to drive more kilometers. Don't worry, I won't take your money. As the taxi driver spoke, he casually raised the meter, and the billing system on it was reset to 0. Then what are you going to do? Yin Guangdo saw that the driver wasn't going to rip him off, and he immediately became alert. Nothing. The taxi driver said faintly. Stop the car. Stop the car quickly. Yin Guangdo shouted. You can jump out of the car. The driver didn't care about Yin Guangdo at all, but said very arrogantly. Yin Guangdo really didn't have the courage to jump out of the car. Now the speed was at least 60 miles per hour. If he jumped out, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. The car stopped at the door of an abandoned factory. A group of people rushed up and dragged Yin Guangdo out of the car. Of course, this was the training base of Li Chong and the others. In this uninhabited place, Yin Guangdo was locked up. No one beat him, and no one scolded him. It was just that someone sent him a basin of something more disgusting than pig food every day. In the beginning, Yin Guangdo naturally wouldn't eat it. It was disgusting just looking at it, let alone eating it. However, after 3 days, Yin Guangdo had reached the point where he couldn't be picky about food, regardless of whether it was pig food or something else. As long as it could fill his stomach, it would be great. However, unfortunately, from the 4th day onwards, even pig food was gone. What was given to Yin Guangdo was rancid water dug out from a trench in front of a restaurant. The smell was disgusting. Yin Guangdo regretted it. If he was full a few days ago, wouldn't he be able to eat less of this rancid water? Yin Guangdo was afraid that this rancid water was gone. He had no choice but to drink it. Sure enough, as he expected, after 3 days, the rancid water was gone, and it turned into a bucket of black, unknown things. Yin Guangdo didn't care. Anyway, if these people wanted to kill him, they could have done it long ago. There was no need to poison him. Therefore, regardless of whether this thing was disgusting or not, as long as it could satisfy his hunger, it was good. Finally, on the 10th day, Yin Guangdo was released. At this time, Yin Guangdo was already sallow and emaciated. His eyes were dull. Remember, kid, leave Songjiang as soon as possible. Otherwise, every once in a while, we will pick you up to enjoy it. When he left, a macho man warned Yin Guangdo in a cold tone. Yin Guangdo listened to the words of the people in front of him and immediately understood. Sure enough, it was Yang Ming who did it. However, Yin Guangdo knew that if he didn't use the dark forces lurking in Songjiang, it would be difficult to deal with Yang Ming. Yang Ming seemed to be a big gangster. His social connections were very solid. It was impossible to use ordinary means to deal with him. It was even more impossible to use the dark forces lurking in Songjiang. First of all, Elder Yu wouldn't agree. Yin Guangdo had to grit his teeth and endure it. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years was not too late. After completing the Patriarch's plan, he must take revenge. For a small character like Yin Guangdo, Yang Ming didn't care at all. After telling Li Chong and Yang Ming to find trouble with him, Yang Ming put him behind his mind. Such a person was not worthy of Yang Ming's attention. At least his current identity on the surface was not worthy of Yang Ming's attention. After Elder Yu heard about this matter, as Yin Guangdo expected, he didn't mean to vent his anger for him. Instead, he told him not to make trouble again. He came here to do things, not to pick up girls and compete with others. If he didn't want to stay here, Elder Yu would consider another person to come here. Yin Guangdo was stunned and didn't dare to have the slightest trouble. However, the hatred in his heart was even more intense. Early the next morning, Yang Ming drove to Chen Mingyin's house downstairs. Chen Mingyin came down with Chen Fei. Yang Ming quickly greeted them. Uncle Chen Mingyin. Yang Ming greeted. Yang Ming, I heard that you and Mingyin are going to the hospital to see Zhou Jiejia, asked Chen Fei. And Uncle Chen, are you coming with us? Asked Yang Ming. I have other things to do in the bureau, so I won't be going. Chen Fei said, I gave some money to Mingyin. You could just buy something to express your concern. Uncle Chen, you don't need the money. I have it here. Yang Ming said, then I'll take you to work. You don't have to. I'll drive the unit's car. Chun Fei shook his head. You drive a BMW to send me to work. What will others think when they see it? Chapter 680. Yang Ming nodded. In Chun Fei's position, he really had to pay attention to the influence. Otherwise, if the criminal investigation captain had a luxury car to pick him up, it was likely that some people would make an issue of it. After saying goodbye to Chun Fei, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan got in the car together and drove out of Chen Mingyan's home community. When they were about to reach the hospital, Chen Mingyan pointed to a flower shop on the side of the road and said, Yang Ming, stop the car. Let's go buy some flowers. Okay. Yang Ming looked around. There were no cars passing by, so he began to merge to the temporary parking lot on the side of the road. Yang Ming didn't expect that a Santana 2000 would come out from the side of the fork in the road, and it directly drove toward him. Yang Ming subconsciously turned the steering wheel quickly, but he didn't avoid it. The two cars brushed against each other. Yang Ming frowned and said to Chen Mingyan, You sit in the car. I will go out and take a look. After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. The door of the Santana 2000 also opened. A fat man came out from the driver's seat. He was swaying and burping. When he saw Yang Ming, he scolded, Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes? Yang Ming looked at the drunk guy and couldn't help but be amused. You drank too much and still scolded others? Moreover, I haven't seen a person driving a Santana who dared to challenge a BMW driver like this. Private settlement or insurance? Yang Ming didn't want to argue with a drunk person, so he asked directly, Go fucking your ass. The drunk man pointed at Yang Ming and scolded, You damaged my car. Give me 10,000 yuan, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the car. Make me disappear? Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Do you think you're a Doryman? Can you make people disappear? Look at you. I can't explain it to you clearly. Let's call the police. Call the police? What's the use of calling the police? Look carefully. This is a military vehicle. It's a military license plate. The drunk man pointed at his car and said, Normal police officers can't do anything about it. After listening to the drunk man's words, Yang Ming noticed the license plate of the Santana 2000. It was indeed a white license plate. Yang Ming frowned. Could it be that he had encountered some ruffians? With Yang Ming's current strength, it would be easy for him to get rid of a ruffian soldier. However, it might attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, the army and the local government were two different sets of management. Yang Ming took a deep breath and decided to call for the traffic police first. He would deal with this guy after he sobered up. Yang Ming took out his phone and prepared to call the Traffic Intelligence Police Center. Yang Ming saved this number in his phone book. When he was looking through the phone book, Yang Ming suddenly saw a name and thought of something. When he had a meal with Yang Ming last time, they exchanged phone numbers. Yang Ming didn't care about it. He didn't expect to use it now. Didn't Yang Xian's boyfriend, Wu Yunsheng, come from the military district? This time it came in handy. He dialed Yang Xian's phone number. It didn't take long for it to connect. Hello, is this Sister Yang Xian? Asked Yang Ming. I am. Who is this? Yang Xian was driving. She didn't look at the caller ID. She used a Bluetooth headset to answer, so she didn't know that it was Yang Ming calling. I'm Yang Ming. Do you still remember me? Said Yang Ming. Of course I remember. Brother, it's you. Why did you remember to call your sister? Yang Xian smiled. It's like this. I have some trouble here. So, Yang Ming told Yang Xian about his situation. Isn't brother-in-law's family in the military district? Can you ask him for help? What do you mean by can't? Let me tell you. If you ask him, he will definitely do it for you. Otherwise, I will deal with him. Yang Xian listened to Yang Ming's polite words and immediately said, It's a small matter. Wu Yunsheng is sitting next to me. I will order him to deal with it for you now. Then thank you, sister, said Yang Ming. What are you thanking me for? When did you come to Donghai to treat me to a meal? Said Yang Xian. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked back at the drunk man. However, why does this guy look a bit familiar? It seems that I have seen him somewhere. However, Yang Ming was busy all day long. He wouldn't have an impression of the walk-on characters, and there was no need to remember them. Because a walk-on character was a walk-on character after all. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a supporting role. The drunk man was still talking. At this time, another drunk man came out of the Santana and shouted, "What's the matter? Motherfucker, you don't want to pay for hitting my car? Do you not want to work anymore?" Yang Ming simply stood with his hands behind his back. In the face of the military ruffians, Yang Ming was really helpless. Just beat them up. It wasn't worth the trouble. Wu Yinsheng was very efficient, especially with Yang Xian supervising by the side. He didn't dare to be careless. Less than 10 minutes after Yang Ming put down the phone, two 4,500 cars painted with the inspection logo quickly came over. When the car door opened, a young man looked over and quickly walked over to Yang Ming. "Are you Mr. Yang?" "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Leave this to me." Obviously, the young man had been instructed by Wu Yunsheng. "Which army are you from? Take out your ID." The young man walked over to the drunk man and said, after giving a military salute, I am from Songjiang's XX flying group." The drunk man didn't expect Yang Ming to call two army inspection cars. He suddenly sobered up. He said with fear, "Where is your ID?" asked the young man. I forgot to bring it." The drunk man stuttered. How could he have an ID? This license plate was given by his colleagues in the repair factory. They said that it would be awesome after it was put on. Generally, the traffic police wouldn't care about it. Who would have thought that Yang Ming didn't call the police, but asked for inspection instead? "What is your name and rank?" the young man continued to ask. I. The drunk man opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. "Platoon leader, it's a fake license plate." Another soldier who came with the young man carefully checked the license plate of the Santana 2000 and said, "What is your name? Take out your ID." When the young man confirmed that it was a fake license plate, he was furious. In the past few years, people in the city often complained that the military vehicles didn't follow the rules. But how could they know that most of these military vehicles were fake or fake license plates? If a real military vehicle was caught by the inspection, the punishment was quite serious. Li Mingri. The drunk man was scared and immediately woke up. He said carefully, "The car isn't mine. It was put in my repair factory by someone. No matter who it is, drag it away first. You have to go back with me to accept the punishment." The young man said sternly. Li Mingri? Yang Ming slapped his thigh and finally remembered who this guy was. Isn't this the guy who kidnapped Yang Li? The 10 million that I asked him to prepare doesn't seem to have been given to me yet. Li Mingri, look at who I am. Yang Ming shouted at Li Mingri. You are? Li Mingri was stunned. Suddenly, an expression of fear appeared on his face. "You are Yang Ming. It's me. Where's my 10 million? Asked Yang Ming. I. Li Mingri was now under the eaves. He had to lower his head and said, "I haven't collected it yet. Forget it. I don't need your money." Yang Ming waved his hand and said to the young man, "You can punish me however you want." As a result, Li Mingri's words were really true. He disappeared with the car. Although Yang Ming's BMW lost a piece of paint, it wasn't a big problem. He would ask Bao Sanli to solve it. As he was about to get in the car, Yang Xian's phone call came back. "Hello, sister. Thank you. The matter is done." Yang Ming picked up the phone and thanked her. "Oh, it's done? I was about to ask about the result. What the hell is going on?" asked Yang Xian. "It's nothing. It's just a drunkard who made a fake military tag." Yang Ming smiled. "That's good. I was afraid that you would suffer, so I asked Yunsheng if the person you called had arrived." Yang Xian said, "That's fine. Let's talk about it later. I am home with Yunsheng." "Okay. Wait for me to go to Donghai to treat you to a meal," Yang Ming said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming returned to the car. Chen Mingyan asked, "How is it?" "I want to call my dad." "It's okay. I just drank too much." Yang Ming smiled and started the car. He parked the car at the flower shop on the side of the road. He got out of the car with Chen Mingyan and was there to buy some flowers for Zhou Jiajia, but he didn't expect that buying flowers would cause a big problem. Chapter 681. Lin Jian helped a high school classmate decorate the flower shop these days. In high school, Lin Jiyun had a good relationship with Xiao Ai, the owner of the flower shop. However, Xiao Ai didn't go to college. After graduating from high school, she went to work. She learned some experience in other people's flower shops and then opened her own flower shop. Now that it had just opened, she hadn't hired a waiter yet, so she was a little busy. She asked Lin Jiyun to help. Lin Jiyun didn't have anything else to do, so she stayed in the flower shop every day to help Xiao Ai. She saw a young man and a young woman pushing the door into the flower shop. Xiao Ai quickly greeted them. "Do you want to buy flowers?" Yang Ming nodded and looked up. He saw Lin Jiyun, who was arranging the flowers, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Jiyun saw that there were guests and also looked up. When she saw Yang Ming, she was a little surprised. However, when she saw Chen Mingyan next to him, Lin Jiyun put away the idea of greeting and lowered her head silently. Yang Ming saw Lin Jiyun lowering her head and immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but be embarrassed. Since Lin Jiyun didn't speak, Yang Ming could only pretend that he didn't know her. "What flowers are you buying?" Xiao Ai didn't notice the embarrassment of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. She came over and greeted them. "We're going to see a patient." "What flower should we buy?" asked Chen Mingyan. "Oh, you're going to visit a patient. It is suitable to send gladiolus, roses, orchids, and so on. Avoid white, blue, yellow, or flowers that are too fragrant. I think you can choose carnations, Chinese roses, daffodils, orchids, and so on. Paired with bamboos, baby's breath, or stone pine, it represents a wish for a speedy recovery." Xiao Ai explained incessantly. "There's so many things to say. Then, what do you think we should buy?" It was Chun Mingyan's first time. She had never visited a patient before. "How about this? Most people who visit a patient buy a flower basket. We are free to match it. What do you think?" asked Xiao Ai. "Of course." Chen Mingyan nodded after listening. "We also want a flower basket. You can match it for me." "Okay, no problem," Xiao Ai said. "The opening price of the flower basket is 99 yuan. What do you think?" "Okay." Yang Ming took out his wallet and handed over 100 yuan. Xiao Ai received the money and then said to Lin Jiyun with a smile, "Lin Jiyun, help me make a flower basket." Lin Jiyun. After Chen Mingyan heard the name, she suddenly whispered and frowned. Glancing at Yang Ming, who was not far away, Chen Mingyan fell into deep thought. Lin Jiyun didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. After all, his original wife was here. How could she, a fake, dare to speak up? She quickly made the flower basket and then carefully handed it to Chen Mingyan. "The flower basket is done. Do you think this is okay?" "Not bad." Chen Mingyan nodded, but her eyes weren't on the flower basket. Instead, she looked at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun was very uncomfortable with Chen Mingyan looking at her. She didn't know what to say. She was also a bit puzzled. What is Chen Mingyan looking at? I didn't reveal any flaws. Chen Mingyan retracted her gaze and said meaningfully, "Sister, you are beautiful and your skills are good." It's okay," Lin Jiyun said in fear and trepidation. "Let's go, Mingyan." Yang Ming laughed and said, "Okay, let's go." "Thank you," Chen Mingyan said to Lin Jiyun. "You're welcome," Lin Jiyun said quickly. She didn't know why, but Lin Jiyun had a very helpless feeling. In front of Chen Mingyan, she was like a little wife. Until Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan walked out of the flower shop, Lin Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she still had fantasies about Yang Ming. But now, seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan appear in front of her, Lin Jiyun knew that she had been living in a fantasy before. Lin Jiyun sighed faintly. It seemed that the road of a relationship wasn't smooth, and it was full of thorns. What would the future be like? Lin Jiyun couldn't think about it, and she wasn't willing to think about it. Out of the flower shop, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chen Mingyan's next sentence directly put Yang Ming's heart in suspense again. "Lin Jiyun, isn't this name familiar?" Chen Mingyan smiled faintly and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was shocked. As he was about to start the car, his hand shook and the keys almost fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't know what Chen Mingyan meant, so he smiled and said, "Really? I seem to have heard of it before." Chen Mingyan raised her head and leaned on the car seat with a contemplative look. Mingyan, what do you want to say? Just say it. With Yang Ming's understanding of Chun Mingyan, he knew that Chun Mingyan must have something to say. Don't you want to say anything? Asked Chun Mingyan. What should I say? Yang Ming said innocently. Chun Mingyan was a little vinegar jar. Yang Ming naturally didn't want to say too much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. He would hide it for as long as he could. I'll give you a chance. Chun Mingyan suddenly turned her head and stared at Yang Ming. Just once. Do you have anything to say to me? Looking at Chun Mingyan's aggressive eyes, Yang Ming immediately understood that Chun Mingyan had been pretending all along. She just remembered who Lin Jiyun was. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming sighed. Things had reached this point. He couldn't hide it anymore. So he said, Yes, she's the girl who was hurt by me. You have already met each other, right? When Chun Mingyan spoke, her voice changed slightly. Yes, Yang Ming said reluctantly. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you hide it from me again? Chun Mingyan said with some sadness. Yang Ming, why do you hide everything from me? Am I still your girlfriend? There are some things that outsiders know, but only I don't know. What do you think I am? Mingyan. Yang Ming wanted to hug Chun Mingyan, but Chun Mingyan struggled and didn't want to let Yang Ming hug her. But how could she have the strength of Yang Ming? Especially the space in the car wasn't big. Chun Mingyan couldn't break free, so she was held in Yang Ming's arms. What are you doing? Why are you still hugging me? Chun Mingyan shook her head and said faintly, Previously, you hid Lan Ling's matter from me. This time, it's the same for Lin Jiyun's matter. If I didn't coincidentally meet her today, how long are you going to hide it from me? AI, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. Mingyan, I didn't want to hide it from you. But with your impatient temper and jealous temper, how can I dare tell you this? If I tell you too much, we will start a quarrel, and then it will be a cold war. Am I as petty as you say? Chun Mingyan was unhappy. Look at it yourself. You weren't so impulsive about Zhao Ying's matter. Yang Ming said, You almost broke up with me. Didn't I apologize afterward? Chun Mingyan was also a little embarrassed. After all, it was her fault. And about Lin Jiyun's matter, didn't I tell you earlier? Yang Ming explained, Before that, I told you about it. It's not considered hiding it from you. Yeah, but what happened later? Chun Mingyan complained. How would I know that you would meet her later? I thought you were never going to see her again. Chun Mingyan did think so at the time. She felt that since Lin Jiyun left silently, she wouldn't have any interaction with Yang Ming. This was why she didn't care too much at the time. But she didn't expect that the two people would meet again so soon. This made Chun Mingyan feel very uncomfortable, but she couldn't be angry. First of all, Yang Ming did inform her about this matter. Moreover, the fault was Yang Ming. Since she accepted Yang Ming, she had to accept everything about him. Secondly, Chun Mingyan hadn't seen Lin Jiyun before, so she didn't know her character. Today at the flower shop, seeing Lin Jiyun's lovely appearance, Chun Mingyan really couldn't be angry with her. If it were another girl with a scheming mind, she could use this to blackmail Yang Ming. Even if she didn't become his girlfriend, with Yang Ming's current financial resources, it wasn't a problem to ask for a sum of money. But when Chun Mingyan saw Lin Jiyun's simple dress and hardworking appearance, she knew that she wasn't such a person. Therefore, now Chun Mingyan was also very conflicted. This was also the reason why she didn't quarrel with Yang Ming when she returned to the car. Over there, Lin Jiyun was at a loss, and Chun Mingyan was also very confused. She didn't know how to face it. Chapter 682. She is also a student of our Songjiang Industry University. The chances of encountering her should be quite high. Yang Ming explained with some embarrassment. Then what are you going to do? Chun Mingyan knew that the encounter between Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had become an established fact. There was no way to change it. Chun Mingyan wasn't the kind of person who wanted to escape when something happened. She would try to face it. Since there was no way to change it, then she would think of a way to solve the problem. Mingyan, I know that there are some things that I have done wrong to you, but since it has happened, I can't help it. Yang Ming said very apologetically. Forget it. Chun Mingyan let out a long sigh and leaned weakly on the car seat. Then, she said. How far have you and her developed? About the same as we are now, Yang Ming said vaguely. Haven't done that yet. Chen Mingyan asked half a sentence and found something wrong. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had already done that. So, she changed it. After you two met, you haven't done that yet. And Yang Ming nodded. Then what does she think? Chen Mingyan continued to ask. She knows you. She is probably very conflicted. Yang Ming was just guessing because the two people hadn't made it clear yet, but it should be close. She doesn't care about the fact that she doesn't have a status with you? Chen Mingyan's sentence secretly pointed out her identity and also reminded Yang Ming that she was his real girlfriend. Last time, the two people had a conflict because of Lan Ling. Yang Ming also told Chen Mingyan about Lin Jian. Since Chen Mingyan could now be with Yang Ming, it meant that she had to accept this fact. In any case, she couldn't use this matter to have any dispute with Yang Ming. Although Chen Mingyan was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. Yang Ming had already made it very clear at the beginning. Since he had accepted him, then this Lin Jiyun must also accept him. After all, Lin Jiyun was different from other women. She was also a victim. If she had really made up her mind, she wouldn't have cared about this. Yang Ming said, she already knew that I loved you very much, so she wouldn't have broken up with you. Love me? Chen Mingyan snorted. You love me, yet you hide everything from me. However, Yang Ming's words made Chen Mingyan very happy. Didn't I tell you? Yang Ming said helplessly. Mingyan, are you going to forgive me? What if I don't forgive you? Chen Mingyan said with some resentment. Yang Ming, am I too indulgent with you? Yang Ming patted Chen Mingyan's shoulder and said, Mingyan, you can rest assured. I, Yang Ming, will love you for a lifetime and treat you well. You know, I'm not the kind of person who likes the new and dislikes the old. Yang Ming also knew that it wasn't easy for Chen Mingyan to make a concession today. Love is selfish. Who is willing to share their lover with others? Unless there is something wrong with the heart. Although Yang Ming had read a lot of urban YY novels on the internet, especially the book written by a guy named Tomorrow, Day After Tomorrow, it was full of one man and many women. The female protagonist even helped the male protagonist find a wife. But that was a novel, a fiction. How can this kind of woman be so easy to find in reality? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind that Chen Mingyan would sometimes be jealous and throw a tantrum. After all, Chen Mingyan was also a normal girl. How would she want her boyfriend to have other women outside? However, a woman with a special experience like Xiao Qing was, of course, an exception. Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, AI. Chen Mingyan sighed faintly. Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming was stunned. Zhou Jiejia and I seem to be a bit far apart, right? Looking at Yang Ming's somewhat stunned look, Chen Mingyan frowned, and there was a burst of anger in her heart. Yes, she was indeed angry. Chen Mingyan didn't know why she was so angry. However, looking at Yang Ming's expression, Chen Mingyan really felt injustice for Zhou Jiejia. Yang Ming, what's with your expression? What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Mingyan was suddenly angry, Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. I thought you were really a responsible man. Chen Mingyan sneered. Now I was wrong about you. I know, the woman you like, you keep saying that you want to be responsible for her. And the ones you don't like, you don't want to be responsible for them, right? What do you mean that I will be responsible for those I like and not be responsible for those I don't like? Yang Ming was confused by Chen Mingyan. You like Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun, so you have to be responsible for them. You don't like Zhou Jiejia, so you don't care about her. Chen Mingyan's tone became a little agitated. Zhou Jiejia took a bullet for you. Do you have a heart? Yang Ming finally understood this time. Chen Mingyan was crying justice for Zhou Jiejia. However, Yang Ming was puzzled. This little vinegar jar is always afraid that other women will have a relationship with me. Why is she taking the initiative this time? However, this time, Chen Mingyan really misunderstood Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually didn't mean to ignore Zhou Jiejia. He just felt that Zhou Jiejia hadn't woken up yet. It was a bit too early to talk about this matter now. It wasn't too late to make plans after Zhou Jiejia woke up. However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Mingyan was more anxious than him. Mingyan, When did I say that I don't care about her? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I don't care about her, can I still come to see her often? Will I still go to the hospital with you today? Then what expression did you have just now? Chen Mingyan frowned and said, didn't I just not dare to mention Zhou Jiajia's matter to you? One is Lan Ling, one is Lin Jiyun, and you want to sleep with me. Now, there's Zhou Jiajia. Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Mingyan. How can I be as unreasonable as you say? Chen Mingyan said, I think that Zhou Jiajia is really pitiful. Yang Ming, you should treat her well. Otherwise, her sacrifice is really not worth it. It has been almost a month, and she hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said that she may have to lie in the bed for a lifetime. Speaking of this, Chen Mingyan's expression was somewhat gloomy. I know. Thank you, Mingyan. Really, as long as you can understand me, it's enough. Yang Ming said emotionally. Let's go quickly. It's almost 10 o'clock. Who is going to see the patient at noon? Chen Mingyan smiled and said to Yang Ming, I'm leaving now. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to let him go so easily. He was a little surprised. With the financial resources of the Zhou family, Zhou Jiajia's ward was naturally the most luxurious. But no matter how luxurious the ward was, it was still a ward after all. If there was no illness, who would want to live here? Father Zhou had returned to Europe. He couldn't get away from the things there. Mother Zhou accompanied Zhou Jiajia in the ward every day. The company was handed over to the vice president to manage. During this time, Yang Ming had become a regular here. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Mother Zhou nodded to him. Anihua, how is Jiajia these days? Although he knew that it was useless to ask, Yang Ming still asked. Still the same, Mother Zhou, who was originally graceful and luxurious, had now become haggard. She had lost a lot of weight. Hello, Anihua. I'm Yang Ming's girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan greeted Mother Zhou. And hello. Mother Zhou nodded and then stood up. You guys accompany Jiajia to talk. I'm going to walk around outside. Mother Zhou now particularly hoped that Zhou Jiajia's acquaintances would often come to the hospital to accompany Zhou Jiajia to talk. The doctor said that there might be a miracle. Putting the flower basket on the bedside, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan sat on the bed together. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jiajia's very pale face and couldn't help but choke up a little. Originally, Zhou Jiajia was such a beautiful and lovely girl. She should be enjoying her youth, but now she could only lie on a cold hospital bed. Moreover, it was possible that she would continue to lie like this, thinking about Zhou Jiajia and thinking about herself. Chen Mingyan felt that she was very happy to be able to be with Yang Ming. Her current life may be an extravagant hope for Zhou Jiajia. However, now even the extravagant hope may not be possible. It has become even more out of reach. In contrast, what else can I care about? At this time, a doctor in a white coat came in, followed by two nurses. When he saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan, he said, Can I trouble the two of you to rest first? I have to do a routine examination of the patient. Chapter 683. After Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan heard it, they quickly stood up and stepped aside to let the doctor check. The doctor said some data that Yang Ming didn't understand and let the nurse on the side record it. Then he said to Yang Ming, Okay, it's okay. Call us if there is anything. Wait, doctor, how is she? Yang Ming asked quickly. The patient's condition is very stable. Her heartbeat and EEG are normal. The doctor said. Then, when can she wake up? Asked Chen Mingyan. You are? The doctor didn't know Yang Ming and Zhou Jiajia. He didn't know their identities. If they weren't the patient's relatives, then he couldn't say too much. I am Jiajia's good friend. He is Jiajia's boyfriend. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. Yang Ming was stunned after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. He looked at Chen Mingyan with some puzzlement. Chen Mingyan winked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming had to put his doubts in his heart first. Oh, then you come with me. The doctor nodded and walked to the reception room next door. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan followed the doctor into the reception room. The doctor said, Now the patient's body has no problems, but is not easy to wake up. Then what can we do? Asked Yang Ming. How can we? How should I say it? Medicine still can't solve this problem. Whether she can wake up or not, it depends on the patient herself, said the doctor. Depends on the patient herself? What do you mean? Yang Ming didn't understand what the doctor said. That is, if the patient wants to wake up, then she can wake up. The doctor explained, now, I analyze that the patient should have some knot in her heart, or some regret. When she is awake, it may not matter, but now, she is likely to lock herself in this hard door and refuse to come out. Are you saying that she has something on her mind? If we can untie the knot in her heart or make up for her regrets, will she wake up? Chen Mingyan asked hesitantly. You could say that, but it's not absolute. It could only be said that there was such a probability. This is because there are many similar precedents in medicine. The doctor continued, so I suggest that we should let people who are familiar with the patient talk to her more. Perhaps they will know what is bothering her. It turned out to be like this. Thank you. Chen Mingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She quickly thanked the doctor. Hee, you're welcome. This is what I should do. The doctor smiled. Whether the patient can wake up or not still depends on you. You're her good friend, and he's her boyfriend. You should chat more with the patient. It should be good for you. After sending the doctor away, Yang Ming turned around and was about to return to the ward, but he was stopped by Chen Mingyan. Mingyan, what are you doing? Yang Ming felt that Chen Mingyan's behavior today was a bit weird. Right? Why did you say that I was Zhou Jiajia's boyfriend? The patient's information is generally confidential. How can the doctor simply tell outsiders? Chen Mingyan said, if I didn't say that you were Jiajia's boyfriend, how could he tell? Yang Ming nodded. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan was also telling the truth. Even if the patient's information didn't need to be confidential, it couldn't be told to anyone who asked. Let's go. Let's go in and talk to Jiajia. The doctor is right. Maybe there is a sentence that will touch Zhou Jiajia's heart, and she will wake up. Yang Ming said. Wait. Chen Mingyan pulled Yang Ming all night. What's wrong? Yang Ming felt strange and turned to look at Chen Mingyan. What else? I want to drink water. You go and buy some for me. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said, isn't there mineral water in the ward? Should I get you a cup? Yang Ming pointed at the water dispenser inexplicably. I want a drink. Honey green tea. You go and buy this for me. Chen Mingyan said. Honey green tea? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Well, then you stay here for a while. I will go downstairs and buy it for you. And you go quickly. Right, there's a prize for green tea now. After you buy it, open it in the grocery store to see if there's a prize. Maybe you can win another bottle. Chen Mingyan found a reason to delay the time. Okay, Yang Ming went out, but he couldn't figure it out. Chen Mingyan's behavior today was really weird. Her tone just now was obviously like she wanted to drive him away. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming leave the ward. Then she tiptoed back to Zhou Jiajia's room. She sat next to Zhou Jiajia and held Zhou Jiajia's hand. She was a little nervous. However, when she saw Zhou Jiajia's closed eyes and pale face, Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and showed a very determined look. Zhou Jiajia, I am Chen Mingyan. Can you hear me? Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jiajia and said softly, Jiajia, if you can hear me, then listen to me. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said, I know that you love Yang Ming. I can see that you can make such a big sacrifice for him. Jiajia, to be honest, I didn't have a very good impression of you at first, but now I am really touched. If you don't mind, I think we should be very good friends. Seeing that Zhou Jiajia still didn't have any reaction, Chen Mingyan was a little anxious. Jiajia, can you hear me? I mean, we are very good friends, good sisters. Do you understand what I mean? When Chen Mingyan said this sentence, she only felt that her heart was about to jump out. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhou Jiajia nervously. However, unfortunately, Zhou Jiajia's face was still very calm. AI. Chen Mingyan sighed and was somewhat overwhelmed. Originally, after she heard what the doctor said, she had a bold idea in her heart because she felt that Zhou Jiajia's knot was likely to be Yang Ming or herself. As long as Yang Ming and I accept her, then can she wake up? Therefore, Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and said those words just now. If it was in front of Yang Ming, she couldn't say it no matter what. She could only drive Yang Ming away and then have a heart-to-heart talk with Zhou Jiejie. However, Chen Mingyan didn't expect to succeed in one try. Since she had made up her mind to accept Zhou Jiejie, she let go of her thoughts. If she had time in the future, she would accompany her, chat with her, and talk about more topics related to Yang Ming. It should have a certain effect. Zhou Jiejie didn't respond, but there was one person who was shocked. This person was Yang Ming. Yang Ming just suspected that Chen Mingyan was hiding something from him. So after he went out, he found a place to hide and used his X-ray vision to observe the situation in the ward. When he saw Chen Mingyan's words, his heart was suddenly excited and very surprised. He was excited because Chen Mingyan actually took the initiative to accept another girl. He was surprised because Zhou Jiejie actually had such a great personality charm. Even Chen Mingyan, who was a little jealous, was infected by her. However, it seemed that things were developing in a good direction. Chen Mingyan could actually take the initiative to accept Zhou Jiejie, which showed that her character was also changing subtly. Although there was still some complaint about Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling, if they really got along for a long time, with Lin Jiyun's aloof character and Lan Ling's cuteness, they should be able to get Chen Mingyan's recognition. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be happy. But the happiness was only temporary. When Yang Ming saw that Zhou Jiejie didn't have any reaction to what Chen Mingyan said, Yang Ming's heart sank again. Indeed, if Zhou Jiejie had any knot in her heart, it should be her relationship with him and whether Chen Mingyan could accept her. But now it seemed that it wasn't. Yang Ming shook his head and went downstairs to buy green tea for Chen Mingyan. Needless to say, this green tea really won the prize. He tore off the label, and the back said, "Another bottle." After Yang Ming directly exchanged for the reward, he returned to the ward with a heavy heart. Chen Mingyan had returned to normal at this time. Yang Ming handed over a bottle of green tea and said, "Sure enough, you were right. Another bottle won." Chen Mingyan didn't expect things to be so coincidental. She just said it casually, and Yang Ming really won the prize. However, he immediately justified himself and said, "Look, you won a prize, right? The winning rate is quite high. And I spent the price of one bottle to buy 2 bottles. It's really good." Yang Ming said, "Right? Why didn't you see if there was a prize for the winning bottle?" Chen Mingyan saw that the green tea in Yang Ming's hand didn't tear off the label, so she asked. Yang Ming was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. "I forgot. Just now, Yang Ming had a lot on his mind." How could he think so much? Chapter 684. Just now, he was thinking about what Chen Mingyan said. Yang Ming didn't have the mood to care about the green tea prize. It was good enough that he remembered a bottle. What kind of memory is this? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, "Then, you guess whether this bottle of green tea has a prize. If you guess correctly, I won't bother about the previous matter." In fact, although Chen Mingyan said so, she didn't intend to bother with Yang Ming. She just wanted to find a way out. As long as Yang Ming said that it didn't win, then Chen Mingyan wouldn't deliberately tear the label to see what was going on. "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words." Yang Ming glanced at the green tea label and smiled. Playing a guessing game? Yang Ming was the best at it. And Chen Mingyan nodded. "Then let me guess." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "I guess it's still another bottle." Chen Mingyan was stunned. She was angry. "Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming, why are you so stupid? Can't you see that I'm looking for a way out? What do you mean? If you say that it didn't win, wouldn't it be fine? Who can be so lucky to win 2 bottles in a row?" "Well, since you said so, then don't blame me for not being polite." Chen Mingyan thought angrily, so she said coldly, "I can do it. Since you are so sure, I will open it and see." How could Yang Ming not see that Chen Mingyan was looking for a way out? However, Yang Ming was so sure because he had seen the another bottle written on the back of the label. "Of course, you can open it, but Mingyan, you won't go back on your words, right?" Yang Ming wanted to take this opportunity to stop Chen Mingyan from using Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. "Don't worry, I will keep my words." As Chen Mingyan said, She grabbed the green tea bottle in Yang Ming's hand and opened the label. Yang Ming looked at the anxious Chen Mingyin and shook his head. He thought, wait a moment, let's see if you can say anything. Sure enough, after Chen Mingyin tore open the label, she planned to mock Yang Ming with a black face. She didn't expect to see the words, another bottle. She was stunned. How is it? Is there a prize? Yang Ming knew the answer. Oomph, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Chen Mingyin didn't know what to do this time. She wanted to scold Yang Ming, but she didn't have a reason. She had to return the green tea to Yang Ming with a sullen face. Then, she said with a double meaning, consider yourself lucky. Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't dare to be too proud. Right, Yang Ming, I heard that Zhou Jiejia's mother isn't in Songjiang. If she goes back to Donghai, what will happen to Zhou Jiejia? She can't always stay in the hospital. Chen Mingyin said, that's right. Then what do you think should be done? Yang Ming thought about it, and felt that Chen Mingyin's words were very reasonable. Mother Zhou couldn't always be with Zhou Jiejia. It was impossible for her to leave the company's affairs alone. I think we can rent a house near the school and pick up Zhou Jiejia. Then, we can hire a full-time nurse for her. As Chen Mingyin said this, her face suddenly turned red. When we have nothing to do, we can also visit her. It's also a small space for the two of us near the school. It turns out that my little Mingyin wants to live together. Yang Ming was stunned. He immediately heard the implied meaning in Chen Mingyin's words. What live together? It sounds so unpleasant. Chen Mingyin glared at Yang Ming. Isn't it? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyin with a smile. Of course not. Usually you still have to live in the school. Chen Mingyin said. Usually you live in the school, but you can go out and live on the weekend, right? Yang Ming asked. On the weekend? I have to go home often on the weekend. Chen Mingyin originally thought so she didn't say it firmly. She said it very vaguely. Yang Ming could also understand what she meant. Okay, I think this is a good idea. Yang Ming said, wait for a while. When Ani Hua comes back, I will discuss with her. As they were talking, Mother Zhou pushed the door and came in with a few company documents in her hand. Obviously, someone had just sent them over. Ani Hua, you are so busy. Do you still have to deal with the company's documents? Yang Ming asked with a smile. I can't help it. Although most of the affairs have been handed over to my vice president, there are still some important documents that I have to personally look through. Mother Zhou said helplessly, they send someone to send them to me every day and then take them away in the afternoon. Ani Hua, since this is the case, I have a proposal. Do you think it is okay? As Yang Ming said this, he told Mother Zhou about what he had just discussed with Zhou Jiejia. Oh, Mother Zhou was stunned, and then said, you mean you will take care of Jiejia in the future? The matter between Jiejia and me, I think Ani Hua is very clear now, right? Yang Ming hesitated and asked, and Mother Zhou nodded gently. She had also heard about the matter between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia from Wang Shui. Since Ani Hua knows, then I won't explain more. Yang Ming said, according to the doctor, Jiejia hasn't woken up yet. She just has a knot in her heart. I think that if I often accompany her, it should have some effect, right? Mother Zhou knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. She had also thought about whether her daughter had a knot in her heart because of Yang Ming's matter. So at this moment when Yang Ming said this, Mother Zhou was really moved. Then don't you usually have to go to school? Can you take care of Jiejia? This was what Mother Zhou was most worried about. What I mean is to hire a professional nurse. When I don't have classes, I can go and talk to Jiejia. Yang Ming said, and this idea is not bad. Mother Zhou nodded. Then, I will trouble you. What trouble? This is what I should do. Yang Ming smiled and said, Ani Hua, you can rest assured. Okay, then that's it. How much do you need? Just say it. Mother Zhou said, I will have to trouble you to find a house. As for the medical staff, the hospital can help to contact them. Ani Hua, you are treating me like an outsider. What money? I still have this money. Yang Ming smiled. Mother Zhou nodded and didn't say anything. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin went out of the hospital. Both of them sighed. In the ward, looking at the sleeping Zhou Jiejia, it was really depressing. Yang Ming, then let's find a house to rent? In the car, Chun Ming-yin asked Yang Ming, "Why rent? Just buy one." Yang Ming said indifferently, "Buy? Your company hasn't been established yet. Where do you get the spare money to buy a house?" Chun Ming-yin said, "Yang Ming, you have some money in your hand, but you can't just spend it. Don't worry, Ming-yin. Your husband is rich. I really don't lack this money." Yang Ming smiled. "Really?" Chun Ming-yin looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. "Ming-yin, I don't want to hide it from you, but if I tell you now, don't tell others." Yang Ming saw what Chun Ming-yin said to Zhou Jia in the ward. He felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't hide it from Chun Ming-yin anymore. He knew that since Chun Ming-yin could make such a big sacrifice, it meant that Chun Ming-yin had decided to be with him. "What the hell is going on? Why are you being so mysterious?" Chun Ming-yin said with some confusion. "You say it. I won't tell others. The Wang family has fallen. Do you know who is the beneficiary of this storm?" Yang Ming still couldn't tell Chun Ming-yin about the gray income in the dark, but it was okay to tell her about the business in the light. "Who is it?" Chun Ming-yin was stunned and said, "Could it be you?" Yang Ming nodded with a smile and said, "Not bad. The Wang's group is now in my hands. Now it belongs to the Ming-Yang Entertainment Group." "You?" Chun Ming-yin looked at Yang Ming in surprise. "Really? Yang Ming, you didn't lie to me, right? I can lie to anyone, but I can't lie to you." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Not only this Wang's group, but now Song John's Ming-Yang Security Company and my dad's Heavy Industry Group are all my businesses." "Ming-Yang?" "Yang Ming." Chun Ming-yin said these two words silently and suddenly realized. She looked at Yang Ming as if she didn't know him. What is going on?" Yang Ming had been with her since high school. Chun Ming-yin was naturally clear about the conditions of Yang Ming's family. She didn't expect that Yang Ming, who was usually carefree, actually had so many businesses. When exactly did he establish these businesses? "I'm his girlfriend. Although I'm not with him all the time, at least I can see some clues." However, Chun Ming-yin didn't know anything about it. How could she not be surprised at this moment? "Ming-yin, this has to be explained from the beginning. If you want to listen, then I will tell you slowly." Yang Ming looked at Chun Ming-yin's stunned expression and said with some amusement. Chapter 685. "Okay, then let's talk about it while we walk." Chun Ming-yin nodded. She was certainly very interested in Yang Ming's affairs. She already had some complaints when Yang Ming didn't tell her. Now that Yang Ming took the initiative to tell her, of course, she was happy. "Okay, since you are willing to listen, then I will tell you from the beginning. And where should I start?" Yang Ming thought about it. "Let's start from when you dug out your first bucket of gold." Chun Ming-yin thought about it and said, "First bucket of gold? How is it considered the first bucket of gold?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "That is, when did you get the first 1,000 yuan? Of course, it can't be given by your parents. You have to get it from others." Chun Ming-yin said, "Oh, 1,000 yuan?" Yang Ming thought about it and smiled. "Does New Year's money count? It wasn't given by my parents, but it was taken from others." Chun Ming-yin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She was speechless. "What do you think?" Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. "Just kidding. If you want to say that I got more than 1,000 yuan for the first time, does passing money count?" "Passing money? What do you mean?" Chun Ming-yin wondered. "It means that when the money was in my hands, I gave it to others." Yang Ming said, "When it was in your hands, you gave it to others. How much was it?" asked Chun Ming-yin. "More than 3,000 yuan? Or 4,000? Probably. I didn't count the specific number." Yang Ming couldn't remember the specific number. "What happened? Tell me." Chun Ming-yin was interested. "When we were in grade 12, Sister Ing tutored me until late every day. Do you know?" Yang Ming began to talk from the beginning. "Yes." Chun Ming-yin nodded. Obviously, she knew about this. "One night, when I was sending Sister Ing home, I ran into two robbers," Yang Ming said with a smile. "As you can imagine, your husband turned around and robbed them, sigh." Chun Ming-yin shook her head helplessly. "All right, this can be considered your first bucket of gold. After that, I guess you gave the money to your parents or the government, right?" "That's not true. On the way home that day, I met a girl who wanted to sell herself in order to treat her father's illness. She wanted to sell her first time to me. Before Yang Ming finished, he was interrupted. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyin's heart tightened. Then you bought it? Kind of. Yang Ming nodded. You? Chen Mingyin widened her eyes. She looked at Yang Ming with some surprise, but her eyes were more angry and indignant. Yang Ming, you actually did this kind of thing? Yes, Yang Ming's unintentional mistakes could be forgiven and accepted by Chen Mingyin. But taking the initiative to take advantage of others and buy their first time, wasn't that a bit too immoral? It would be strange if Chen Mingyin wasn't angry. Mingyin, don't be agitated. Listen to me. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyin's expression and knew that she misunderstood. At that time, I gave her the money and then left. Yang Ming said, So, you just gave her the money and didn't have that kind of relationship with her? Chen Mingyin listened to Yang Ming's explanation and breathed a sigh of relief. It happened, but when Yang Ming's voice just fell, Chen Mingyin's face was already red, as if she wanted to eat herself. Yang Ming said quickly, But she is Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun? What? Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming in amazement. She didn't expect Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to know each other like this. Yes, she is Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Otherwise, do you think she'll let me go so easily? You know, I raped her at that time. If she didn't recognize me when she identified me and said that I was her boyfriend, your husband would be looking at you in prison now. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyin heard the inside story of this matter for the first time. She was shocked in her heart. At that time, when Yang Ming told her, she was still wondering why Lin Jiyun let go of Yang Ming so easily. In fact, this kind of thing was quite serious for a girl. Now, Chen Mingyin finally knew the truth of the matter. She was very emotional. It seemed that Lin Jiyun was a girl who knew how to repay kindness. This made Chen Mingyin have a good impression of her. It's really hard for her. Yang Ming sighed. Later, we met again, but I didn't recognize her. She didn't tell me that she was Lin Jiyun, but she made up a pseudonym called Shun Lin. I didn't know at the beginning. I just thought of her as a close friend. Then later, how did you know? Chen Mingyin listened to this scene that could only appear in romance novels. She couldn't help but be fascinated. Yang Ming and I belonged to the kind of love experience that came naturally. There wasn't such a magical coincidence, so Chen Mingyin was very curious about the story of Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. Later, Lin Jiyun's mother, Ani Shun, accidentally found out that her daughter wasn't a virgin. Lin Jiyun couldn't do anything. She could only say that she had a boyfriend. But Ani Shun didn't let her go so easily and asked her to bring her boyfriend home. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and looked at Chen Mingyin. I know. Then she asked you to be her boyfriend to deceive everyone, right? Chen Mingyin immediately thought of the key of the matter from Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming nodded. She asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and her name couldn't be hidden from me anymore. However, she doesn't seem to know now. I already know that she is the girl who was raped by me. She never mentioned this matter? Chen Mingyin was somewhat curious. Lin Jiyun could use this to get Yang Ming's love. No. Yang Ming said. She also asked Xia Shui to help her hide it. Then you treat her well in the future. Chen Mingyin's prejudice and opinion of Lin Jiyun no longer existed. What was left was only touch and sympathy. I know, but Mingyin, I really thank you. You can understand. Yang Ming said. Okay, don't compliment me. Chen Mingyin said. Continue to talk about your career. Okay. Yang Ming smiled and continued. If you really want to talk about the first time I made money, it was in Yunnan. Zhang Bin, Uncle Zhang, and I were opening stones in a jade shop in Tengchong, Yunnan. I told you before, right? Lan Ling, this little girl, has a very good sixth sense. No. Chen Mingyin pouted and shook her head. Don't be angry. Lan Ling is just a child. Why are you jealous of her? Yang Ming comforted her. Lan Ling chose a stone at the time. As a result, she got jade from it. Jade? Chen Mingyin was surprised. In jade, it belongs to the best quality jade. The price is very expensive. Yang Ming said, as a result in this batch of stones, I got 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces? It can't be, right? Although Chen Mingyan didn't know the exact value of the jadeite, at least she knew that this kind of high-end jewelry would definitely not be cheap. Moreover, she also knew that the probability of getting jadeite from a raw stone wasn't very high. Yang Ming actually got back 2 pieces of jadeite from one trip. The money from selling these jade was used to open these companies. Yang Ming said. Then, how much was the jade sold for? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Jade was valuable, but no matter how valuable it was, it couldn't be used to open so many companies, right? In the auction in Hong Kong, it was sold for more than 300 million. Yang Ming said slowly. More than 300 million. Chen Mingyan widened her eyes and had a look of disbelief. I thought it was a lot to sell it for a few million. I didn't expect it to be sold for more than 300 million. Is it true? The price of the auction house was measured in US dollars. Yang Ming threw another bomb. US dollars. This time, Chen Mingyan couldn't control her emotions no matter what she said. This was simply unbelievable. A few minutes ago, not to mention hundreds of millions, even a few million was a very distant number for Chen Mingyan. She never thought that she would have this money one day. But Yang Ming actually told her that he had more than 300 million US dollars. Isn't this a bit too amazing? In US dollars. Yang Ming said, now, these industries actually didn't spend much money, so your husband is still a veritable billionaire. Billionaire. Chen Mingyan fell into a state of confusion. Although at first she knew that Yang Ming had so much money, which brought her infinite surprise, Chen Mingyan was a little worried after that. Chapter 686. Originally, the two of them were classmates. They were together for a long time. It belonged to the kind of pure love that wasn't mixed with a trace of interest. Chen Mingyan liked Yang Ming, not because he was rich or anything else. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't have money at that time. He was still a bad student who fought and skipped class. But now, Yang Ming suddenly became a billionaire. This made Chen Mingyan somewhat unacceptable. The gap between the two of them was very small at the beginning, but now it was unreachable. In contrast, Chen Mingyan felt that she was a bit ordinary. Originally, she was very confident. At least, she was very beautiful and had good grades. But at this moment, all of this was broken. I'm not the only one who is beautiful and has good grades. Now that I'm in university, I may not feel anything. Once I enter the society, Yang Ming's vision will become wider. At that time, will he not like me? Especially when I often throw a little tantrum and get jealous. After a long time, will Yang Ming not like me? What's wrong with you? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan's expression was unpredictable. He kept muttering to himself, and suddenly he felt strange. Yang Ming, the things you just told me, are they all true? Chen Mingyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. She was somewhat unwilling to believe it. And what's wrong? Seeing that your husband is rich, you are too excited? Although Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan's expression was a bit strange, how could he know what she was thinking? He thought that she was frightened. Chen Mingyan shook her head blankly. She sighed and whispered, I'd rather, but you don't have so much money in. Yang Ming's hearing was good. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the car, Chen Mingyan and him. So, he heard clearly what Chen Mingyan said, so he was puzzled. Mingyan, what are you saying? Nothing. Chen Mingyan naturally refused to repeat herself. What did you mean when you said that you'd rather? I didn't have money. I heard it. Yang Ming quickly asked, why did you ask me when you heard it? Chen Mingyan frowned and said, you have so much money. Can you still like me? Ah. After Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he was suddenly stunned and said, Mingyan, what are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Why don't you look like one? Now there are other women besides me. When you enter society and see better girls, you will definitely not like me. Chen Mingyan's mind was in a mess, so her words were somewhat incoherent. I have Lan Ling and Lin Jiyun now. Don't I still love you? Yang Ming was happy in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. It seems that telling Chen Mingyan about my matters today is a very wise thing to do. Chen Mingyan was actually a loss because of him. This was a good sign. But I will lose my temper with you. I will be jealous, Chen Mingyan said. Hee, you're the first wife. You have this privilege. Yang Ming smiled and said, Are you relieved now? First wife? Chen Mingyin suddenly smiled after listening. This is what you said. Yang Ming, no matter what happens to you in the future, you can't abandon me. Don't worry, Mingyin. Yang Ming said sternly, If I were to abandon you, you can complain to my mother. My mother will beat me to death. Chen Mingyin nodded vigorously. Yes, no matter what, I am the official girlfriend recognized by Mother Yang. I have Yang family's heirloom on me. Chen Mingyin touched the jade pendant on her collar and smiled. The vicinity of Songjiang Industry University was a high-tech concentrated area. There were many electronic and computer cities, and the price of the real estate was also very high. Therefore, there weren't many people who could afford to buy a house here. Generally, they were the bosses of technology parks. Yang Ming parked the car at the entrance of the newly built Huasong Wenyuan sales office, and then he got off the car with Chen Mingyin. This was a high-end, high-rise residential area. The price was very expensive, so the sales office was decent. There were even waitresses and security guards at the door. The people who worked here were all experienced people. Although Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin looked very young, and the clothes they wore weren't particularly famous, they drove a BMW X5. Therefore, when Yang Ming got off the car, the waitress greeted them and smiled. Both of you, do you want to see a real estate? And Yang Ming nodded. Please come with me. The waitress led Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin into the sales office. In the middle of the sales office, there was a large model of a real estate. Under the reflection of the lights, it was very beautiful. Both of you, you can first look at the model of the real estate. If you're interested, you can go to the site and see. The waitress led Yang Ming and Chen Mingyin to an idle salesman and then said, Let's take a look first. Yang Ming nodded. The waitress whispered a few words to the salesman. Although the voice was too low to hear, Yang Ming could see that the waitress said they drove a BMW X5. The salesman nodded calmly, and Yang Ming didn't mind. After all, after the waitress knew the details of your background, she could recommend your real estate based on her discretion. Otherwise, she would waste her breath if you didn't buy it after talking for a long time. Yang Ming, it's so beautiful here. Chen Mingyin was suddenly attracted by the construction landscape in Huasong Wenyuan. She pointed to the model of the real estate and said, Look, there's a pond. And if you like it, then let's buy a set. Yang Ming was now rich and overbearing. He didn't care about this small amount of money. The money he got from the big drug lords was inexhaustible. After listening to Yang Ming's words, the salesman's eyes lit up. Seeing that there was hope, he also became enthusiastic. Sir, miss, if you're satisfied, then let's go and see the actual real estate. What do you think? Has it been built? Yang Ming was surprised. He knew that many developers now made the model first, but in fact, it was not built yet. Generally, it would take half a year to a year to complete the landscape in the community. Yes, we opened after the construction was completed. This is a high-end residential area, and we strive to achieve customer satisfaction. The salesman said, What are the floor plans? How much is it per square meter? Asked Yang Ming. There are many floor plans. There are small apartments of more than 30 meters, 2 bedrooms, and a living room of more than 60 meters, 3 bedrooms, and a living room of more than 90 meters, and duplexes. In addition, there are small villas with independent gardens and garages. Sir, you can see what kind of floor plan you want. The price ranges from 10,000 to 50,000. The salesman introduced. Mingyin, what do you think we should buy? Yang Ming turned to Chen Mingyin and said, This kind of thing, you still decide. And Chen Mingyin smiled happily and looked like a hostess. She stood in front of the model room and looked at it. Yang Ming let her make the decision, which showed that he valued her very much. How could Chen Mingyin not be happy? I think the duplex is quite good. Chen Mingyin looked at it for a while and then asked, How much is the duplex per square meter? The duplex is generally 5 and 6 with an attic. In fact, it is a 3-story duplex. The design is very luxurious. The total area is about 350 square meters. The price is 7,500,000. The salesman said, 7,500,000? It's so expensive. Chen Mingyan clicked her tongue and then shook her head. It's a bit too expensive. We are students from Songjiang Industry University. We should just buy a similar one. The salesman listened to Chen Mingyan's words and did not show any disdain and displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, if this is the case, why not consider a small apartment? This kind of apartment is similar to a hotel. The young men and women who start a business in the computer city like this kind of layout. Now, it is very popular, and the price is realistic. Each apartment is about 300,000. Mingyan, the price is not a problem. The key is that we can live comfortably. Moreover, there is Jia. She wants to rest here. I think the environment is very important. Yang Ming smiled and said, the duplex is good, but isn't it better for us to buy an independent villa? After the salesman listened to Yang Ming's words, he knew that the man in front of him was the real investor. The girl next to him might not have a good family background, so she was hesitant. But the good thing was that she found a rich boyfriend. Even the salesman was envious of Chen Mingyan's blessing, so he said, Sir, miss, why don't we go and see the real house first, and then decide whether to buy it or not? All right. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming didn't care about the price of the house, and she was a little moved. After all, the villa was much better than the duplex. Chapter 687. Then, please come this way. We have an eco-friendly car to take you there. The salesman walked in front. The so-called eco-friendly car was the kind of battery car that didn't burn gasoline. It was very suitable for the property management of the community. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan followed the salesman to the door. In front of them, a man came over. Obviously, he was also a salesman. He was talking to a middle-aged man next to him. Li Dagong. Yang Ming looked at the man and shouted with some surprise. Yang Ming. Li Dagong looked up and saw Yang Ming. He was also happy. Little Li, your friend? The salesman who just received Yang Ming asked Li Dagong with a smile. And my good buddy from high school. Li Dagong said, Brother Zhang, my client. Can you help me take care of him? He wants to buy a business suit. I want to catch up with my buddy. Okay. The salesman called Brother Zhang nodded and agreed. He walked over to take over Li Dagong's position and continued to explain to the middle-aged man. In fact, Li Dagong just had an exchange with Brother Zhang. Even if he didn't exchange, since Yang Ming knew Li Dagong, Brother Zhang couldn't continue to take care of him. After all, they all worked in the same place. They saw each other frequently. He couldn't ruin the relationship with his colleagues for a commission. What's more, this middle-aged man wanted to buy a business suit. Once the deal was done, the commission he got wouldn't be less than the villa, so he readily agreed to Li Dagong's request. Brother Yang, why are you here? Li Dagong asked curiously. In his opinion, Yang Ming's family condition was not much worse than his. It was impossible to buy a house in such an expensive place. My girlfriend and I came to look at the house. Let me introduce you to Chen Mingyan. She was also in our high school. She was my classmate. Yang Ming introduced. I've heard so much about you. Li Dagong smiled and said, How can I not know the campus belle of our high school? What campus belle? It's all rumors. Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed and blushed. Right, Li Dagong, what about you? Why did you come here to sell your house? Yang Ming looked at Li Dagong's outfit and asked strangely, With my level, I can't pass the university entrance exam. Li Dagong said, At that time, Brother Yang, didn't you persuade me to come? I listened to your advice at that time and didn't continue to think about taking the university entrance exam. After graduating from high school, I went straight into society and applied for a sales consultant in this real estate company. I didn't expect that after a few months, I fell in love with this job. The income is good, and I can give my family some money every month. Well, I didn't expect that you, a sports stick, can actually be a salesman. I remember that you didn't talk so much at that time. Yang Ming nodded. He was very happy to know that Li Dagong now had no worries about food and clothing. People are forced, Li Dagong said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was a little embarrassed. This sentence was too ambiguous. It was fine if it was just Yang Ming's words, but Chen Mingyan was also here. He had to pay attention to the impact, so he said, In this line of work, you can't talk well. How can it work? That's true. Yang Ming didn't think much. How is it? How much do you get a month now? More than 30,000? Hee hee. I earn more than that, kid. Su Peng. Li Dagong said, right? Su Peng also said that if there is a chance, the three of us should get together. We haven't gone to the food stall behind the school for a long time to drink. More than 30,000? Not bad. Of course, it's no problem to get together. You can set the time and then inform me. Yang Ming nodded. He also missed the life in the past. It's just SOSO. But I say, Brother Yang, you seem to be rich. Coming here to look at houses? Those who buy houses here are not ordinary people. Li Dagong was surprised. I started a company with Zhang Bin. It's not bad. Yang Ming patted Li Dagong's shoulder and said, I will tell you in detail when there is a chance. Are you interested in going to my company? Isn't that just a matter of your words? Li Dagong said without hesitation. He didn't consider at all whether the treatment would be as good as now. You have courage. Good brother. Yang Ming nodded approvingly. Yang Ming was very satisfied with such a friend. However, let's say the ugly words first. If I resign, I won't have a source of income. Li Dagong said, if I go to your company, you don't have to give me a salary, but you have to take care of my meals. Huh? Yang Ming laughed and said, don't worry. You won't starve to death. Li Dagong also laughed. It was as if they were back in high school. They drank together, skipped class together, talked about beautiful women together, and imagined the future. Yang Ming had been planning to open another real estate company since he integrated Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. After all, the real estate industry was also a high-profit industry. At that time, he could get Li Dagong to be a sales manager or something like that. Looking at houses? Li Dagong asked. If you want to buy, I will give you a report and get an internal price. Why? Don't you want the commission? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Brother Yang, aren't you mocking me? I can earn anyone's money. How can I earn your money? Li Dagong said unhappily. Just kidding. It is necessary to get an internal price. Although Yang Ming wasn't short of money, friendship had nothing to do with money. The eco-friendly car just left. Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for the two people in front of us to come back. Li Dagong glanced at the eco-friendly car parking space at the door and said, Is it far? Asked Yang Ming. It's not far. It's more than 10 minutes. But in this cold weather, who is willing to walk? Said Li Dagong. Then let's go. I'll drive there. Yang Ming said. You still have a car? Li Dagong widened his eyes. I say, Brother Yang, when you have time, you really have to talk to me. It seems that you are really rich. No problem. Yang Ming said as he pressed the remote control in his hand. The BMW X5's light flashed and screamed twice. BMW? Li Dagong opened his mouth wide this time. I can't take it anymore. It's too shocking. It's okay. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. I don't believe that you didn't see a customer driving a BMW when you sold a house. I saw it, but isn't this different? Li Dagong said, I didn't expect you to be so successful. I decided, Brother Yang, I will follow you in the future. You seemed to follow me when you were in school, right? Yang Ming despised. Li Dagong smiled and said, Bro, you say it. When are you going to resign? Wait for a while. I will plan it. During this time, you should learn more about real estate marketing. Yang Ming said, Do you want to open a real estate sales company? Li Dagong wasn't stupid. He roughly guessed Yang Ming's intention. Yang Ming nodded non-committally and said, More or less. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to open a real estate company. As for sales, he would do it himself. Now in the real estate industry, developers, sellers, and property management were often three different companies. However, Yang Ming now had money, so it was fine to integrate them all together. I understand. Li Dagong nodded. I will study hard. How do we go? Yang Ming started the car and asked Li Dagong. In front, turn left. Go in from the gate of the courtyard. Li Dagong said. Yang Ming followed the route that Li Dagong said and drove to the gate. When he was at the gate of the courtyard, he was stopped by the security guard. Without the vehicle pass of the community, he was not allowed to enter casually. However, after Li Dagong showed his head, the security guard let him in. Where's the villa area? Yang Ming didn't intend to buy those small units. He was going to buy it all at once. Villa? Li Dagong was stunned. No way. You want to buy a villa? And let's go and see. Yang Ming nodded. I'm convinced. It seems that bro is really capable now. Li Dagong initially agreed to work for Yang Ming. It was entirely out of friendship. There were no other interests involved. Even if Yang Ming's company was not large, Li Dagong would not mind. But now, Li Dagong knew that the scale of Yang Ming's company was definitely quite large. Rather than saying that he was going to help, it was better to say that Yang Ming was going to help him. Thinking of this, Li Dagong couldn't help but be very grateful to Yang Ming. A villa is generally more than 10 million yuan. I can apply for an internal price for you with a 10% discount. Li Dagong introduced. Not bad. I save more than 1 million yuan at once. Yang Ming smiled and said, It seems that I have to find a way to compensate you for the money I saved. To be honest, if you sell this villa normally, how much commission can you get? There are a total of 10 villas. It is a very high-end residence. From the opening until now, you are probably the first buyer, said Li Dagong. Chapter 688. I don't know how much commission I get, but no matter how much it is, I definitely can't take the commission from you, boss. Li Dagong shook his head. As for the bonus you want to give me in the future, it's up to you, boss. Yang Ming smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Since you are here, how can I treat you badly? In the blink of an eye, they came to the villa area. This was an independent range. There was a certain distance from the residential area. There was a separate security guard. Residents who were not from the villa area could not enter at will. It could be said that the security and environment here were very good. It was not noisy, and it was especially suitable for patients like Zhou Jiajia to live. Yang Ming took a few glances and chose this place. Although Chen Mingyan did not say anything, Yang Ming could see from her eyes that she liked this place very much. How is it? It's not bad, right? Asked Li Dagong. And it's not bad, but why haven't any of them been sold? Yang Ming was very curious. Logically, such a house should not be left, right? This is a high-end residential area. Most of the people who can buy houses here are rich people, but we are in the north. Unlike the south, the high-tech industry here is also very profitable, but it is not as developed as the south, so the income can only be regarded as medium. These 2 luxurious villas can't be sold. This is also the reason why the developer here only built 10. Li Dagong knew the information of the people who bought houses here, so he said clearly, there are a lot of people who come here to look at villas, but not many can really afford to buy them. It turned out to be like this. I thought there was something wrong with this house. Yang Ming made a joke. Boss, you can rest assured. We sell houses. If there is a problem with the house, the developer will definitely inform us in advance. Li Dagong said, We are the most well-informed. Yang Ming also knew that Li Dagong was telling the truth. Those who did real estate sales generally knew the quality of the real estate. If there was really a problem with the building, the developer would definitely inform them in advance. This way, when selling the house, the salesperson would pay attention to avoid selling the house to people with backgrounds to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just kidding, Yang Ming said. Why is this villa still a little different? Yes, the price of the villa is expensive. In order to highlight the nobility of the villa and to make the owner feel that it is worth the money, the design of each villa is unique, Li Dagong said. Moreover, the price of each villa is not the same. For example, the villa over there was the most expensive one. It's called the Sun Moon Pavilion. As the name suggests, it's a place where both the sun and the moon can shine. The lighting in that villa is the best, and there's a pond nearby. The environment is also the most elegant. Sun Moon Pavilion? This is a good name. Chen Mingyan immediately said, Sun and moon. When added together, it is the Ming in your name. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and nodded with a smile. It was indeed, as Li Dagong said. Looking at the location of these villas, the Sun Moon Pavilion was the best. Yang Ming wasn't short of money now. Naturally, he will buy the most comfortable house. So he said directly to Li Dagong, Let's go and see the Sun Moon Pavilion. Bro, this Sun Moon Pavilion is nearly twice as expensive as an ordinary villa. It costs 18 million, Li Dagong reminded. Of course, he didn't mean to look down on Yang Ming at all. His tone was completely the kind of chat between friends. Buying a house, of course, we have to buy the most satisfactory one in one step. Yang Ming didn't mind. Let's go and see. Li Dagong saw that Yang Ming didn't have any special expression after hearing the price, so he was relieved. The internal layout of the Sun Moon Pavilion made Yang Ming very satisfied. The design of the three-story building was bright and generous inside, and it also had an independent underground garage and warehouse. Mingyan, what do you think of this place? Yang Ming had decided to buy this place in his heart, but he still had to see Chun Mingyan's opinion. Chun Mingyan was a little obsessed when she just entered here. She never thought that one day she would live in a big villa like the one on TV. Moreover, it was the most luxurious kind. In particular, the interior of the villa was already decorated. It was designed by a professional decoration company. The decoration in each villa was different, which made Chun Mingyan like it even more. When she heard Yang Ming calling her, she recovered from her daze and said, "What?" I said, "What do you think of this place?" In fact, Yang Ming didn't need to ask. He knew the answer just by looking at Chun Mingyan's expression. "It's very good, but isn't it a bit too expensive?" Chun Mingyan hesitated. "As long as you like it," Yang Ming said. "Besides, the environment here is also good for Jiajia's recovery." When Zhou Jiajia was mentioned, Chun Mingyan was silent. She thought about what Yang Ming said, and it made sense. The environment was elegant. Maybe it was also good for Zhou Jiajia to wake up as soon as possible. So she nodded and said, "Then let's buy this." "No way, right? You've already decided?" Li Dagong looked at Yang Ming and his wife with a dumbfounded expression. "You bought this house too fast. You just chose it? Don't you want to look at the others?" "I don't want to look at them. You have already said that this is the best one, so there is no need to look at the others," said Yang Ming. "If that's the case, then come with me. I will take you to the manager and give you an internal price," said Li Dagong. Yang Ming drove back to the sales center and then followed Li Dagong to the manager's office on the second floor. After knocking on the door, there was a voice asking them to come in. Li Dagong entered the manager's office with Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan, but they saw a young girl in the manager's office. In addition to the manager, there was also a young girl who was dressed very Westernly. Her temperament was not bad. However, she was still wearing sunglasses in the room. At first glance, she was either a pretentious person or a blind person. Of course, the second possibility was relatively small. "Manager Liu," Li Dagong greeted. "In? Little Li, I'm looking for you." Manager Liu looked up and saw that it was Li Dagong, so he said, "This is Miss Song. You took her to look at the house last time." "Hello, Miss Song." Li Dagong nodded to the girl in sunglasses. Apparently, he had some impression of this pretentious chick. The girl in sunglasses didn't care about Li Dagong, but Li Dagong wasn't angry. Obviously, he had a lot of contact with such people. Whoever had money was the boss. It was understandable. Miss Song went to the developer and got a discount price of 20%. "You go and take her to go through the formalities," said Manager Liu. "Oh, which house does Miss Song want to buy?" Li Dagong saw that the manager gave the list to him, and he was happy. No matter how much discount the developer gave, the normal sales rebate still had to be given to the sales company, so Li Dagong still had a commission. "Sun Moon Pavilion," said Manager Liu. "Ah!" Li Dagong was stunned and opened his mouth wide. "Little Li, what's with your expression? Why? Are you surprised?" Manager Liu smiled and said, "Miss Song has this ability. Although the discount is relatively low, is still a good start. She sold us the first villa." "No, Manager Liu, you misunderstood." Li Dagong looked at Yang Ming next to him with a wry smile, and then said to Manager Liu, "These two guests also want to buy Sun Moon Pavilion. I brought them here to get a discount price." "What?" Manager Liu was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, both of you. Sun Moon Pavilion has been booked by Miss Song. Both of you can look at other villas. Don't worry. I will definitely apply for the best price for both of you. Mingyan, why don't we change it?" Yao Ming also had a way. Who let others be one step faster? "Change it." Chun Mingyan's eyes couldn't hide some disappointment. She really liked the villa just now. Although she felt that it was expensive, since she had decided to buy it, she didn't care about the price. Now that she couldn't buy it suddenly, she was naturally very disappointed. There's no other way. Who let others be one step ahead of us? Yang Ming spread his hands. Although Yang Ming could intervene very strongly, and by the villa, Yang Ming wasn't an unreasonable person, so he didn't do so. However, Yang Ming didn't do so, but someone forced Yang Ming to do so. Miss Song, who hadn't spoken until now, spoke at this moment. She raised her head and said indifferently, "One step ahead of us? Umph. Even if you sign the contract, I can still buy the villa?" Yang Ming frowned. Chen Mingyan also felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. She quickly said, "Yang Ming, then let's look at something else." Yang Ming originally wanted to say a few words to this Miss Song, but looking at Chen Mingyan, he held back a little and nodded. "Okay. If you want to blame someone, blame your man. My husband just made a phone call and got the lowest price." Yang Ming didn't speak, but Miss Song wasn't done. Chapter 689. You? Chen Mingyan was speechless after hearing it. Chen Mingyan wasn't like Lin Jiyun. How could she be bullied by others? She was originally a class cadre. How could she have a soft temper when she could be a class cadre? Yang Ming, and I didn't stoop down to her level, but she still dared to do so. Although Chen Mingyan wasn't born in a rich family, her father was the captain of the criminal investigation team in the city bureau. He was also considered a cadre. How could she let others make fun of her? What's more, in Chen Mingyan's heart, Yang Ming was the best. Miss Song actually said something bad about Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan naturally couldn't bear it. "Please pay attention to what you say. We didn't provoke you. We knew that you wanted to buy the Sun Moon Pavilion first, so we didn't fight with you. Isn't it a bit wrong for you to say these words now?" Although Chen Mingyan was angry, she didn't scold her. Instead, she pointed out Miss Song's fault reasonably. "Didn't fight with me? Why don't you fight for it?" Miss Song snorted. "Don't find a way out for yourself. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. In this day and age, it's not enough to have money. You also need connections. Seeing that you're quite beautiful, I advise you to find man. It's not enough to have money, but it's also necessary to have power. While you're still young, hurry up and change. If you really can't do it, I'll introduce one to you. My husband is the vice president of their company. He's quite popular in Songjiang." "You shut up." Chen Mingyan was really furious. Isn't this Miss Song's words a bit too mean? In her opinion, she seemed to be with Yang Ming for money. Chen Mingyan was so angry that her face turned red. She couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to slap Miss Song. Pa! The particularly crisp slap was extremely loud in the office. Chen Mingyan was really angry. She didn't show any mercy in this slap. She used all the strength in her body. Although the girl's strength wasn't great, when she hit Miss Song's tender face, her sunglasses flew off immediately, and her face swelled up. "Ah!" Miss Song screamed, covered her swollen cheek, and stared at Chen Mingyan in shock and anger. "How dare you hit me?" Looking at Miss Song's expression, Yang Ming was secretly delighted. Just now, Yang Ming wanted to hit Miss Song, but this was a public place. It would not look good if he hit a woman. However, it was fine if Chen Mingyan hit her. They were both women. Who could say for sure? Hitting you is already considered a light punishment. Yang Ming sneered. "You asked for it. Also, I don't want to fight with you, but it's hard for me not to argue with someone like you." After Yang Ming finished, he ignored him and asked Li Dagong directly, "Which real estate company does this building belong to?" In Songjiang, no matter which real estate company, it was impossible not to give face to Ho Zhanhan and Bao Sanli unless they were looking for death. Moreover, what Yang Ming wanted to do now was just to fight for a house. Which real estate company's boss would not be stupid enough to offend people in the underworld because of such a small matter? It's Xinheng Real Estate. Li Dagong was also a little overwhelmed. Although Yang Ming was his boss, he had a dispute with other guests in front of Manager Liu. This made Li Dagong somewhat embarrassed. However, after weighing the pros and cons, his relationship with Yang Ming was naturally much closer than with Manager Liu, so he didn't say anything to stop Yang Ming's behavior. Manager Liu's face changed immediately. He wasn't very clear about the identity of this Miss Song, But the developer's sales manager called and vaguely hinted that the person Miss Song was looking for wasn't ordinary. Someone actually hit Miss Song in his office. If this matter was really big, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, looking at Yang Ming's side, those who could afford the Sun Moon Pavilion were definitely powerful people. No matter who was stronger than Miss Song, it wasn't something that he could shake. After thinking about it, he decided not to help either side. Xinheng Real Estate. Yang Ming was stunned. He was familiar with this real estate. The jewelry company's shop was bought in Xinheng, which was the property of Wu Zhongjia's father. Yang Ming originally wanted to let Bao Sanli come forward, but when he heard that it was Xinheng Real Estate, he changed his mind. He took out the phone directly and called Wu Zhongjia. "Hey, Brother Yang, you haven't called me for a long time. I miss you so much." Wu Zhongjia picked up Yang Ming's phone call and said excitedly, "Let's talk about other things later. I have something to ask you. Huasong Wenyuan is a real estate developed by Xinheng. I have a house here, but it is said that someone is looking for someone in your father's company to reserve it. Can you help me ask if I can get it?" Yang Ming said, "This matter, there should be no problem." Wu Zhongjia smiled. "Even if it doesn't work, I will make a fuss. My father won't stop me. I will threaten him to fail the next exam." "You kid, okay, then I will wait for your news." Yang Ming knew that this matter was not far from the truth. Yang Ming was on the phone, and Miss Song was also on the phone. "Husband, I was beaten. Wu, you come over quickly. I am being bullied. I am in the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan. Manager Liu is here." "Right, then I will wait for you." It didn't take long for Wu Zhongjia to call again. "How is it?" asked Yang Ming. "It's done. The sales manager booked it. My dad just said a word and it was solved. Now the sales office should have received the call." Wu Zhongjia said, as if he was asking for credit. "Okay, I owe you a favor. I will teach you something good next time," said Yang Ming. "Hee, this is what you said. Don't go back on your words," Wu Zhongjia said with a smile after listening. Sure enough, Yang Ming just hung up the phone, and Manager Liu's office phone rang. "Hello. Oh, it's Secretary Wang." "Hello, hello." Manager Liu quickly greeted. This Secretary Wang was the secretary of Xinheng's Chairman Wu. Although he was not his superior, Xinheng was the largest real estate company in Songjiang. Whether he could make money or not depended on whether they would give him the house to sell. There were many real estate sales companies in Songjiang. There were more than one who wanted to have a relationship with Xinheng. Manager Liu also knew this, so he had always been respectful to Xinheng. "What? Sun Moon Pavilion? 50% discount?" Manager Liu was stunned. He had been selling houses for so many years, but he had never sold a house at 50% discount. 50% discount was basically not enough to cover the cost. Although this was a villa and the profit was relatively higher, there was no discount like this. 20% discount was already the limit. This time, there was actually a 50% discount. It was unknown what was said on the other side. Manager Liu said, "Chairman Wu personally instructed? I understand. It is to sign a contract with Mr. Yang." Okay. The phone call was hung up. Manager Liu also understood the strength of the two groups standing in front of him. 20% discount, 50% discount. Anyone could see which was more powerful. "Manager Liu, did you finish the call? Can you sign a contract now?" Yang Ming smiled and asked faintly. Although Manager Liu couldn't provoke Yang Ming, he couldn't provoke Miss Song either. It was said that Miss Song had a very underworld background. Manager Liu didn't dare to offend her. Miss Song was now waiting for her rescue. If she fought back, she definitely wouldn't be the opponent of these two people. Therefore, she swore in her heart that when her husband came, she must teach these two guys a lesson. Yang Ming looked at Manager Liu's expression. He knew that he didn't dare to offend Miss Song, so he didn't mind. He just said, "Then we will sign it later. Dagong, there is no place to sit in this room. Let's find a place to catch up." "Okay." Li Dagong glanced at Manager Liu. Seeing that he didn't object, he nodded. "You can't leave. If you have the ability, then wait here." Miss Song thought that Yang Ming was going to escape, so she immediately refused. "Whether I have the ability or not, it's not up to you to decide. Yang Ming glared at Miss Song and said coldly, "Okay, but if you think you are very capable, then find someone to teach me a lesson. Then I will wait for you for a while. After I send you away, I will sign the contract." Oof. Miss Song snorted coldly. She thought, "I'll let you be smug for a while. There will be time for you to cry. Li Dagong, you go and find a chair for me. There isn't even a place to sit here." Yang Ming looked at Miss Song, who occupied the only sofa, and said, "Mr. Yang, you sit here with me." Manager Liu listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly stood up and gave up his chair. He knew that Yang Ming's identity was definitely not ordinary. Compared to Miss Song, he couldn't be offended. This was the so-called the onlooker sees most of the game. Miss Song clearly saw that Yang Ming got a lower price than her, but she still didn't think that Yang Ming had any ability. Being able to get a discount didn't mean anything because she just heard Yang Ming's phone call. It seemed that he was just more familiar with the young master of Xinheng real estate. Chapter 690. Guo Jianxiao had been doing very well recently. Since the huge Wang's group was renamed to Ming Yang Entertainment Group, Guo Jianxiao could straighten his back more than before. There was no other reason, just because his boss was very awesome. Wang Shifan was originally a very powerful figure in Songjiang, but compared to Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli, it was a bit of a small fry. The people who Guo Jianxiao contacted were at most some official people. After all, it was the leading company in Songjiang. But other companies wouldn't buy the Wang's group's account. But now it was different. Guo Jianxiao obviously felt that his words had a lot more weight in the eyes of other business partners. Yes, everyone understood the position that Guo Jianxiao now represented. No one dared to not buy his account. Therefore, Guo Jianxiao was very cool. It was wonderful to be Yang Ming's dog. So what if I'm a dog? Many people want to be a dog, but they can't. Looking at those people bowing to him, a sense of pride spontaneously rose in Guo Jianxiao's heart. He felt that he was an awesome dog, a proud dog. He still didn't know the true strength of Yang Ming, but it didn't matter. He didn't regret it because as Yang Ming's two underlings, Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan, were already awesome enough. They could already be regarded as his backing. Then, Yang Ming's strength must be even more terrifying. For Sun Jie, Guo Jianxiao had already given up. He was the kind of person who was very sensible. If it was something that couldn't belong to him, then don't fight for it. It was easy to lose your life. He still understood this truth. Recently, Guo Jianxiao had a girlfriend. She was a female student, and she looked pretty good. Guo Jianxiao planned to buy a house near her school. He was not young anymore, and his parents were also urging him to get married. Now that he had a successful career, Guo Jianxiao decided to get married and have a child first. Anyway, in this day and age, there were plenty of mistresses, so it would not be a problem to find a few more women when the time came. His girlfriend was a very arrogant kind. Her family was in the south, and she had some background. Guo Jianxiao felt that it was okay, so he took her to pick a house near the school. He didn't expect that the developer would give a 20% discount with just a phone call. Guo Jianxiao was a little complacent. He felt that he could be considered as a ruthless person in Songjiang. Just as she was feeling good about herself, her girlfriend, Song Ran, suddenly called her and said that she had been beaten up when she was paying the bill. Guo Jianxiao immediately became furious. Hitting his girlfriend was equivalent to slapping his own face. Guo Jianxiao made a phone call and called a few security guards from the company, who were actually peripheral members of the underworld. A group of people drove a Mercedes-Benz van and rushed to the sales office of Huasong Wenyuan. Guo Jianxiao took the lead and jumped out of the car. The security guard at the door wanted to stop him, but he was pushed aside by Guo Jianxiao's men. Although they were all security guards, there was a huge difference between them. The security guards of the sales office were all unemployed youths randomly recruited from society, while Guo Jianxiao's security guards were all gangsters. It was obvious who was more powerful. Yang Ming was sitting leisurely in Manager Liu's office with Chun Mengyin sitting on his lap, looking relaxed. Suddenly, the door of the office was kicked open. A man rushed in with a murderous look. Ran, how are you? Husband, you finally came. That woman hit me. Song Ran raised her hand and pointed at Chun Mingyan. They both bullied me. Who the fuck? Guo Jianchao spoke halfway, and the rest of the sentence was abruptly swallowed back. He saw Chun Mingyan, the woman who hit Song Ran. He didn't know who Chun Mingyan was, but Chun Mingyan was sitting in the arms of that person at the moment. That person was his master, Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked up and glanced at Guo Jianchao. Then he said faintly, "It's you, Bo." Guo Jianchao just wanted to call him boss, but he remembered that Yang Ming didn't let him disclose his identity, so he immediately changed it. "Brother Yang, you are also here, and I had my eyes on a villa, but I didn't expect someone to beat me to it." Yang Ming said expressionlessly. "At first, we thought that this matter would be over, but that Miss Song didn't let it go." "All right, who is she to you?" "This, I have nothing to do with her." Although Guo Jianchao liked Song Ran, in front of Yang Ming, he could only choose to give up. Obviously, Yang Ming didn't like Song Ran very much. "Husband, what are you saying?" Song Ran suddenly heard Guo Jianchao say that it had nothing to do with her, and she became anxious. "Stop arguing." Guo Jianchao was furious. He reached out his hand and wanted to slap Song Ran again, but when he saw half of her swollen face, he couldn't bear it and sighed. "Okay, I don't want to interfere with your private life. Take her away and take care of her." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Remember who gave you your power and whose power you are borrowing now. Don't be too ostentatious." When Guo Jianchao heard Yang Ming's words, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. His expression became serious, and he said, "I understand. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. Go, I still have something to do." Yang Ming ordered him to leave. After Guo Jianchao heard this, he pulled the stunned Song Ran and quickly left the place. How could Manager Liu, who was sitting at the side, not see anything? Yang Ming was so strong that he taught Miss Song's boyfriend, who was also her backer, a lesson. This also showed that Yang Ming was the one who really couldn't be offended. Although Yang Ming didn't say it clearly, his words also pointed out that Guo Jianchao's achievement today had an inseparable relationship with him. Manager Liu wasn't a fool. How could he not understand? Yang Ming also had plans to come out in public, so he didn't want to hide it. Chen Mingyan, who thought there would be a fierce battle, didn't expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Yang Ming just said a few words, and Song Ran's boyfriend left. Although she didn't know why, she also felt very proud. Who didn't want their man to be strong? The contract was quickly signed. Before leaving, Yang Ming patted Li Dagong's shoulder and said to Manager Liu, "This is my good buddy from high school. I'll have to trouble Manager Liu to take care of him in the future." Sure. Manager Liu hurriedly promised. "No problem." Yang Ming wanted to let Li Dagong learn something, but the position of a salesperson wasn't enough. He had to be exposed to some higher-level things. Therefore, Yang Ming's sentence before leaving directly promoted Li Dagong. Manager Liu didn't dare to easily offend a person like Yang Ming. Anyway, he just happened to want to promote a deputy manager, so he directly did a favor. Of course, this was a story for another time. He directly swiped the card to pay the money and got the key. The Sun Moon Pavilion belonged to Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan. They just had to wait for the house certificate to be issued. When Manager Liu asked who was the owner on the property certificate, Yang Ming said without hesitation, "It's Chun Mingyan." This made Chun Mingyan's heart sweeter than eating honey. Yang Ming actually wrote such an expensive house in her name. It was self-evident what it meant. He gave one of the keys to Chun Mingyan. Chun Mingyan smiled and carefully put it away. "Mingyan, I'll buy you a car in a few days. Although this place isn't far from the school, it still takes half an hour to walk." Yang Ming looked at the terrain of the villa. It was very far from the entrance of the community. It's very inconvenient to go back and forth without a car. "Buy me a car?" Chun Mingyan was stunned. She didn't understand what happened to Yang Ming today. He bought her a house and a car. This made her somewhat unable to accept it. "Why? Is there a problem?" Yang Ming asked. "Yang Ming, what's wrong with you today? Why did you buy me a house and a car? Did you do something wrong to me?" Chun Mingyan asked with some doubts. "Sweat." Yang Ming sweated profusely and said, "I have indeed done something to let you down, but you already know about it before this. Didn't I buy a house because Zhou Jia needs to rest? I bought you a car because I thought it would be more convenient. The two things happened together. Shen Mingyan thought about it. It was indeed the case. Didn't Yang Ming do something wrong to me? It was just that I had already forgiven him. He didn't need to use this to please me. So I nodded and believed Yang Ming's explanation for the time being. Then, what kind of car should I buy? Shen Mingyan was also a little moved. You choose yourself. Buy whatever you like. Yang Ming didn't care and didn't care about the price. That's fine. I will go home and choose on the internet. Shen Mingyan nodded. After buying the house, it was time to buy furniture. Although the villa also came with furniture, it had to be added according to personal preferences. Yang Ming specifically asked Mother Zhou to copy a room according to the original bedroom at Zhou Jiajia's home. A familiar environment was always better. After doing this, the day of Shuya's concert was approaching. Chapter 691. When a man achieves the Tao, his friends and family will follow suit. Yang Ming now had this feeling. He usually wasn't so arrogant, but his own men were very self-righteous. Their relatives and friends were even more so. Guo Jianshao might think that he was very badass, but he didn't necessarily go around pretending to be badass. However, Guo Jianshao's girlfriend felt that she was very great. She always had a feeling of superiority. This phenomenon had been around since ancient times. The great eunuch around the emperor wasn't necessarily very powerful in the palace, but his relatives were the overlords in the local area. Yang Ming could restrain his own men, but he couldn't restrain their family and friends. This was a very troublesome problem. However, there was no better solution. He could only strengthen the restraint. Yang Ming was going to find an opportunity to talk to Bao Songli. Although the underworld of Songjiang didn't do anything too out of line, if the relatives and friends of the underworld were all pretentious people, it would be a bit of a nuisance. In this way, they would inevitably be attacked. Yang Ming didn't think about these headaches because there were more busy things in front of him. That was, Shuya's concert was about to begin. As the organizer, Mingyang Heavy Industry Group and Mingyang Entertainment were busy. Originally, these had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't have to get involved. However, Yang Ming had other things to look for Shuya. One was to ask about the ring, and the other was to tell her not to say anything about the previous matter. Yang Ming wasn't a particularly ruthless person, but if Shuya really threatened his safety, then Yang Ming would be very conflicted. Yang Ming represented the Mingyang Heavy Industry Group to pick them up at the airport. No one felt that it was inappropriate. Yang Dehai and Feng Wanjiang were both old, and they didn't chase after any stars. The concert was entirely to build momentum for their company. Wang Jinda liked Shuya very much, so he accompanied Yang Ming and went to the airport with Yang Ming. Wang Jinda was very clear that Yang Ming's identity was not ordinary, so his words were more respectful to Yang Ming than usual. Ho Zhenhan of Mingyang Entertainment also went with Yang Ming. Originally, Ho Zhenhan didn't have to go, but when he heard that Yang Ming was going, he naturally had to follow. Although Shuya was a big shot, she didn't need to trouble the general manager to personally greet her. Ho Zhenhan followed because of Yang Ming. Donghai International Airport. A Boeing Air Dream passenger plane that flew directly from Hong Kong slowly landed and stopped at the side of the airport. All the first-class cabins had been booked by Shuya's group. This time, there were accompanying staff, sound engineers, lighting engineers, and so on. Of course, the flight that Shuya took was confidential. The first class and the economy class were separated, so no passengers found out that the big star was on the same plane as them. At the exit of the first-class cabin, only Yang Ming, Ho Zhenhan, Wang Jinda, and a group of bodyguards from the Mingyang Security Company who were responsible for protecting Shuya's safety stood there. It didn't take long for a group of people to come out from the exit of the first-class cabin. Yang Ming saw Shuya wearing big sunglasses at a glance. There were 4 bodyguards around her to ensure her safety. Walking in front was a woman in her 30s. She took the lead and walked to Yang Ming and Ho Zhenhan. Then she said, "Hello, I am Miss Shu's agent." My surname is Su. Are you from the Mingyang Company? Hello, Miss Su. I am Ho Jin Han, the general manager of Mingyang Entertainment. This is Wang Jinda, the assistant to the chairman of Mingyang Heavy Industry. Ho Jin Han didn't introduce Yang Ming because Yang Ming didn't greet him in advance. He didn't dare to introduce him casually. Miss Su was obviously stunned. She didn't expect that her group could get such a high standard of reception. A general manager and an assistant to the chairman. Usually, the people who came to pick her up were usually ordinary employees of the company. Sending a department manager was already very important, but she didn't expect two big shots to come at once. Miss Su wasn't very clear about the strength of Mingyang Entertainment, but the name of this Mingyang Heavy Industry was already well known in Hong Kong. It was the first time in China to cooperate with a famous helicopter manufacturing company and an automobile manufacturing company in Europe. It was conceivable how strong the background and strength of this Mingyang Heavy Industry were. However, since this entertainment company was also called Mingyang, it meant that these two companies were likely to belong to the same parent company. Miss Su wasn't very familiar with the company composition and structure in the mainland, but she thought that the big boss of Mingyang must be a person with extraordinary strength. Miss Su shook hands with Ho Jin Han and Wang Jinda in fear and trepidation. Then she reached out to Yang Ming with a puzzled look. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, Miss Su. My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming said very generously, but he didn't say what he did. Hello, Mr. Yang. Miss Su was even more baffled. What is the background of this young man? Could it be that he wants to take the opportunity to get to know Shuya's son? Miss Su couldn't be blamed for thinking this way, because such things had happened before. Previously, when concerts were held in other cities, some of the local rich and powerful young masters would find the organizer to get close to Shuya and get close to her. However, Shuya ignored them. After all, Shuya was a celebrity in Hong Kong. People who knew the inside story vaguely understood Shuya's background, so they didn't dare to do too much. After shaking hands, Shuya and the other people followed. When Shuya saw Yang Ming, she was obviously stunned. She opened her mouth, and the two words, Yang Ming, almost blurted out. Yang Ming didn't know Shuya's real thoughts. Seeing Shuya's strange look, Yang Ming thought that she saw him and thought of the things on the Alice. So he smiled mysteriously at her and made a silent gesture. Shuya looked at Yang Ming's gesture, but she nodded obediently and walked over. Miss Shu, let me introduce you. This is Ho Jin Han of Mingyang Entertainment, President Ho. This is the assistant chairman of Mingyang Heavy Industry, Assistant Wang Jinda. When Yang Ming was introduced, Miss Su hesitated. She was very dismissive of this kind of young master, but she also understood that she couldn't be too disrespectful in other people's territory, so she said, This is Yang Ming, young Master Yang. Hello, President Ho, Assistant Wang. Shuya nodded to Ho Jin Han and Wang Jinda, then reached out to Yang Ming. She smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Yang Ming. Hello. Yang Ming frowned. What is this Shuya doing? I asked her to pretend that she doesn't know me, but she didn't shake hands with others, but shook hands with me? Is she afraid that I will kill her to silence her? Yang Ming thought so in his heart, but his face was calm. He also politely reached out and shook hands with Shuya, and then quickly let go. Even Miss Su next to her was stunned. Shuya had always been dismissive of these young masters who pursued her. Never mind the skin contact of shaking hands. She was even unwilling to talk. How would she know that Shuya and Yang Ming were shaking hands? They used to hold hands often. Everyone has worked hard. We have booked a hotel. Let's take a break first, and then we will discuss the specific matters of the concert. Anyway, there are still 3 days before the concert, so we are not in a hurry. Ho Jin Han also saw that Shuya and the others were a little tired, so he said this. Miss Shu, what do you think? Miss Su naturally had to ask for Shuya's opinion. Well, then everyone will go to the hotel first. Shuya wasn't concerned about whether to rest or not. But why did Yang Ming come to pick her up? Is my guess true? Mingyang Heavy Industry is the company of Yang Ming's father, Yang Dahai. Now it seems that this possibility is very high. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't appear here. On the way here, Shuya's mood was very excited. After leaving Songjiang for so many years, she finally set foot on this land again. Of course, these weren't the main thing. What made Shuya most excited was that on this trip to Songjiang, she might be able to see the person she missed day and night, her only lover. Therefore, Shuya, who would take a nap every time she took a plane, didn't sleep this time. She was restless on the plane like a child who took a plane for the first time. This made Miss Su, who was Shuya's manager, feel very strange. However, since Shuya didn't rest, then she couldn't rest. She could only accompany Shuya and talk. In this way, the other staff couldn't rest alone. This was why the group of people were slightly tired after getting off the plane. When she got off the plane, Shuya was still thinking, when can I see him? Shuya prayed in her heart. It will be best if the first person I see when I set foot on the land of Songjiang is him. Chapter 692. Of course, Shuya was just thinking about it. She didn't really expect to see Yang Ming when she got off the plane. After all, her current identity and appearance were different from the past. Yang Ming wouldn't pay too much attention to her. Even if Yang Ming was her fan, it was impossible for him to come to the airport to welcome her. However, what surprised Shuya was that Yang Ming actually appeared. Shuya didn't know why Yang Ming would come, but it was obvious that Yang Ming definitely didn't know her true identity. Perhaps he represents the Ming-Yang Company. Shuya thought so. Ho Jinhan had already informed the airport before. In order to ensure Shuya's safety, there were already many Ming-Yang security guards standing inside. The group of people left the airport through the dedicated passage and came to the place where the cars were parked outside. A Q7 extended version was parked there. Yang Ming liked this car since he saw it once in Hong Kong. Yang Ming asked Ho Jinhan to find a way to get one from a modified factory in the United States. Many people thought that the extended version was produced by the original factory. In fact, many car manufacturers didn't produce extended versions of cars. These extended versions of cars were later produced in some professional car modification factories. Even in China, there were also some car repair factories that could modify extended versions of cars. For example, the Lincoln limousines used by many wedding companies were modified from second-hand smuggled Lincolns in some small workshops in the southern coastal cities. The price ranged from $80,000 to $300,000. It could be said that the price was cheap to a certain extent. This was the so-called counterfeit car. However, Yang Ming's extended version of the Audi Q7 was different from those. This was a car modified by a professional car modification company. Many engineers carefully calculated and designed the modified car. In terms of performance and safety, it was far better than those counterfeit cars. Moreover, although this Q7 was a modified car, it had a full set of factory conformity inspection procedures, which was different from those unlicensed cars. In order to show the importance of this concert, with Yang Ming's acquiescence, Ho Jinhan brought this extended Q7 out. Otherwise, the usual welcoming car was the extended Hummer or Rolls-Royce Phantom. Without Yang Ming's permission, no one would touch the Q7. Miss Su, please board the car. Ho Jinhan came to the edge of Q7. The driver, who had been waiting in the car, quickly opened the automatic door. Shuya frowned. She just saw Yang Ming use the remote control in his hand to open the burglar lock of the BMW X5 on the side. She knew that Yang Ming drove himself and wouldn't be in a car with her, so she was slightly disappointed. Miss Shu, isn't this car a little too eye-catching? Miss Su hesitated and said, the news of you coming to Songjiang, those reporters must have gotten it. As long as we leave the airport, those reporters will definitely follow us. Shuya nodded after listening. She thought that was indeed the case. This Q7 extended version was really too eye-catching. If the reporters were not so blind, they would definitely follow to see what was going on. And, eye-catching, Shuya's heart moved, and a plan came to her mind. She pretended to be casual and said, then I will take Mr. Yang's car. Sister Su, you can take this Q7. If there are reporters following, you can also explain. Then, when Miss Su heard Shuya say that she wanted to take Yang Ming's car, she was somewhat reluctant. Her first impression of Yang Ming wasn't very good. She regarded him as a young master who had improper thoughts about Shuya. So she said, "Then let the bodyguard follow you." "Why, Miss Su? Are you afraid that I will harm Miss Shuya?" When Yang Ming heard that Shuya wanted to take his car, he was very willing. He had to remind Shuya about what happened on the Alice last time. This kind of thing couldn't be said. Therefore, Yang Ming was still quite welcoming to Shuya. But if there were other people, Yang Ming couldn't say some words. Therefore, his face immediately became gloomy. Yang Ming's sentence was a bit cold. Miss Su couldn't grasp Yang Ming's identity, so she didn't want to offend him too much. Yang Ming's question made it difficult for her to answer. If she answered that she was afraid, then she would completely offend Yang Ming. If she said that she wasn't afraid, then she couldn't ask for the bodyguard to follow her. Therefore, for a while, Miss Su really didn't know how to answer. "Sister Su, I don't need a bodyguard. I'm not a national leader. Why do I need a bodyguard?" Shuya smiled and said, "Okay, it's settled." "Okay." Miss Su was also very helpless. Since Shuya said so, then she had no other way. If she said too much, it would seem that she was targeting Yang Ming. Miss Su had been an agent for so many years. She also understood that companies that generally had the ability to hold local concerts must have certain strength. Even if they weren't local tyrants, they were almost there. Young masters who could have a relationship with these companies must have powerful people in their families. They couldn't be easily offended. Yang Ming said faintly, "Miss Su, if you are worried, then forget it. I have to accompany my girlfriend to clean up the new house. Time is not very abundant." Yang Ming's sentence clearly pointed out Miss Su's intention and told Miss Su very clearly. He meant, "I already have a girlfriend, and our relationship is very good. I won't have any improper thoughts about your big star." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Miss Su couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. She laughed twice and said, "Mr. Yang is joking. How can I not be at ease? I'm just afraid of being entangled by those reporters. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Yang." Shuya, who was on the side, was obviously stunned. She lowered her head in a daze. "He has a girlfriend? Is this true?" For a moment, Shuya's heart felt as if it had been knocked heavily by something. The previous surprise instantly turned into nothing, and she was somewhat at a loss of what to do. The person that she had been thinking about day and night finally met. However, he already had someone else in love. This kind of movie plot, Shuya never thought that it would happen to her one day. Although Shuya wasn't very sure whether Yang Ming would wait for her before people would have a fluke heart. Even if there was a 1 in a million possibility, they would have fantasies before getting a definite answer. Shuya was no exception. She was looking forward to the scene of meeting Yang Ming again. On the Alice, Yang Ming appeared again like a god descending from the sky, completely igniting the flame of love that had been hidden in Shuya's heart for a long time. However, at that moment, Shuya's heart suddenly tightened. However, Shuya was no longer the little girl in the past. She had seen countless big scenes, so she quickly calmed down her mood. She said as usual, "Then, let's go. Please, Miss Shu." After Yang Ming gestured, he opened the door of the BMW's passenger seat. The other staff followed Miss Su into the extended Audi Q7, while Shuya's bodyguards and the other security guards of the Mingyang company boarded a golden dragon bus behind. After a while, Shuya figured it out and returned to normal. Why am I so determined to set the first stop of the concert in Songjiang? Isn't it because of Yang Ming? Moreover, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if Yang Ming had a girlfriend, so what? Wasn't I once the same? Then I might have the capital to compete. Moreover, she had already determined her own feelings. She loved Yang Ming. It hadn't changed for so many years, so it couldn't be changed again. Therefore, no matter what, she would not give up. No matter what, she was now a big star in the eyes of thousands of people. She didn't believe that she would lose. "So, your name is Yang Ming." After she got in the car, she smiled calmly. In a moment, she already had a plan in her heart. "Miss Shu, have we met before?" Yang Ming's question was very plain, but in fact, it contained too many meanings. It was hinting to Shuya that they hadn't met before. "I haven't been to the Alice, and you haven't seen anything." Shuya thought, why haven't we met before? We used to meet every day. However, she also understood the meaning of Yang Ming, so she said, I don't think so. I just think that Mr. Yang is very familiar. Don't call me Mr. Yang. It's awkward. Just call me Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then I will call you Yang Ming. You don't call me Miss Shu. Just call me Shuya. Shuya said until here, paused, and then said, or you can call me Little Ya. Little Ya? Yang Ming's hand that was holding the steering wheel shook violently. After muttering a sentence, he said with a strange expression, then I will call you Shuya. I'm not used to calling you Little Ya. Why? Looking at Yang Ming's expression, Shuya's heart tightened. He used to call me Little Ya. Chapter 693. It's nothing. Yang Ming shook his head with some self-deprecation. You don't understand the meaning of these two words to me, ah. Shuya was shocked, and her heart was suddenly happy. Could it be? It didn't forget me? Shuya was excited. As she was about to open her mouth to test him again, the phone rang. Excuse me, I need to answer the phone. Yang Ming smiled, picked up the Bluetooth headset, and then pressed the answer button. Hello. Yang Ming, where are you? Chun Mingyin's voice came from the phone. Hee, it's Mingyin. I'm outside. I have something to do. Why? What's the matter? Yang Ming asked. Do you know that Shuya came to Songjiang to hold a concert? Chun Mingyin said, I heard that it was organized by Uncle Yang's group, right? Yes. Yang Ming glanced at Shuya next to him and said, Why? Do you want me to help you get an autograph? If there's an autograph CD, then help me get one, hee. Chun Mingyin smiled slyly. I just wanted you to get 2 concert tickets. I didn't expect you to get an autograph. No problem. Leave it to me. Yang Ming said, I'll call you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled at Shuya. My girlfriend is your fan. She asked me to help her get your autograph CD. As for the concert tickets, the Mingyang group was the organizer. Naturally, they could get as many as they wanted. VIP tickets weren't a problem either. When Shuya heard that the person who called Yang Ming was his girlfriend, her heart was very uncomfortable. She was absent-minded. What's wrong? Don't you want to give it to me? Yang Ming saw that Shuya didn't speak. He thought that she didn't want to give it to him, so he was a little annoyed. At the very least, I saved your life once, right? Is it so hard to get an autograph CD from you? No. Shuya recovered and smiled unnaturally. Of course you can. I will give it to you. Shuya dealt with a lot of social interactions every day. There were many people who made requests like Yang Ming. So, Shuya usually carried a few signed CDs in her bag. With that said, Shuya opened her handbag and took out a few of the latest albums. You have so many? Yang Ming glanced at the albums in Shuya's hands. Then he took them all and said, Give them to me. I guess there will be a lot of people who want CDs from me. Shuya didn't expect Yang Ming to be so overbearing. He took everything for himself all of a sudden. However, he didn't say anything. He shook his head helplessly and said, All right. Yang Ming was a little angry at Shuya for not speaking just now, so he retaliated a little. He felt that he should be stronger to Shuya. It was best to let her be afraid of him. In this way, she wouldn't dare to casually say what she saw in the Alice. Shuya had just heard Yang Ming say that the word Little Ya was very important to him. She was very excited. She almost couldn't wait to tell Yang Ming that she was actually that person. However, Yang Ming's phone call completely dispelled her idea. She was scared. It seemed that Yang Ming had a good relationship with his current girlfriend. Even if she told him the truth, would he accept her? Her position in his heart was important, and accepting it or not were 2 completely different concepts. Perhaps she had become an indelible memory in his heart, but that was just a memory. After all, it had been so long. Not everyone was as persistent as her. Shuya wasn't sure, and she wasn't willing to try, because her true identity was the only trump card she had left. If this trump card didn't work, then she would lose everything. She was afraid. She was really afraid. She was afraid that her true identity would be known by Yang Ming. In that case, if Yang Ming still didn't accept her, then she really had no chance. Therefore, she would never use this life-saving straw unless it was a last resort, unless it was the most critical moment. In contrast, Shuya felt that if she deigned to contact him with her identity as a celebrity, if possible, she would naturally have another relationship. If it really didn't work, then she would tell him her true identity. After she had a plan, Shuya's expression returned to normal. Hee, although my current appearance isn't as beautiful as my original appearance, I'm also considered a leader. I don't believe that I won't succeed in pursuing you with my identity as a celebrity. Of course, this was just Shuya's encouraging words to herself. Whether it would succeed or not, Shuya's heart had no confidence at all. Shuya, are you tired today? Then go back to the hotel and have a good rest. I have other things to look for you another day. Yang Ming saw that they were about to reach the hotel, so he said this. What is it? Shuya was shocked. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. The thing that he wanted to ask couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. So, Yang Ming planned to find a time to explain in detail. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal anything in advance to make Shuya alert, directly telling Yang Ming that there should be a certain connection between the Shuya and Suya. But Yang Ming couldn't find a clue. There is nothing in the world. You are just making trouble for nothing. Yang Ming faintly warned. I hope Miss Shu remembers what you said before. I don't want to see news of a celebrity's death in the newspaper one day. Oh, although Yang Ming's words were very strict, Shu didn't know why she wasn't afraid. However, in order to cooperate with Yang Ming, she still pretended to nod in fear and trepidation. She thought, am I stupid? Would I tell others about that matter? If something happens to you, what should I do? Sure enough, as Miss Sue expected, the extended Audi Q7 was followed by reporters as soon as it left the airport. However, Yang Ming's BMW X5 wasn't noticed at all. Although the BMW X5 was also a famous car in Songjiang, it wasn't just Yang Ming who had this car. There were many rich people, so reporters wouldn't pay attention to such a car. The car was parked in the underground parking lot of Earthly Paradise. Immediately, a group of Mingyang bodyguards came to meet them. This was Yang Ming's own territory. Those reporters couldn't come in at all. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Shuya would be seen by others. Shuya, do you want to go up and rest first? Or wait for Miss Sue and the others? Asked Yang Ming. I still wait for them. Shuya naturally hoped to stay with Yang Ming for a while. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. He picked up a CD that Shuya gave him and put it into the CD player in the car. Yang Ming didn't get out of the car, so the bodyguards naturally wouldn't say anything. In the car's stereo, Shuya's sad singing voice floated out. I remember when you engraved your name on it. You put it on my hand. Our hearts were connected to each other. Yang Ming frowned and was in a daze. When he first listened to this song, Yang Ming had a feeling of déjà vu, but because his mother entered the house later, this matter was diverted. Yang Ming didn't remember it. Now, when he heard this song again, Yang Ming's thoughts were immediately attracted to the lyrics. Shuya, who was on the side, was also in a daze. Every time she heard or sang this song, she would think of the past and think of the ring that she sold. She was really stupid enough. She knew that she couldn't forget him, but she still tried pointlessly. Now, she didn't even know who bought the ring. It was even more difficult to find it back. In fact, with Shuya's influence, she believed that as long as she held a press conference and claimed that she regretted selling the ring, maybe the person who bought the ring would take the initiative to contact her. However, Shuya wasn't too sure because the person who bought the ring never showed up. It shouldn't be the kind of person who wanted to please her. So she didn't do that. Two people with their own thoughts were listening to the song quietly. Because Shuya was already too familiar with this song, she wasn't as engrossed as Yang Ming. She saw that Yang Ming was also listening carefully from the corner of her eyes. She was somewhat happy, hoping that he could hear something from the lyrics. However, Shuya was very afraid. She was afraid that Yang Ming really heard something and asked her about the whereabouts of the ring. Then, Shuya didn't know what to do. After listening for a while, Yang Ming suddenly raised his head and stared at Shuya, wanting to see something from her face. The singing in this song was really like Suya and himself, so Yang Ming was more convinced that Shuya must have a certain connection with Suya. However, the ability to see through thoughts didn't appear this time. Yang Ming opened the CD box, took out the lyrics inside, and flipped through them. When he saw that the lyricist was Shuya, he was suddenly stunned and said, "You wrote the lyrics of this song?" Chapter 694. Yeah, what's wrong? Shuya's face didn't show the slightest unnaturalness, but she was very excited in her heart. He finally noticed it. Is the thing written here true? Yang Ming asked casually. Maybe, maybe not. Shuya smiled and didn't answer this question directly. Instead, she said the world is so big. Who knows? Even in movies, it will be noted that if there is a similarity, it is purely a coincidence. That is to say, there are still many coincidences in the world. Yang Ming nodded. He was a little melancholy. He picked up a pack of cigarettes thrown on the bridge and took one out. As he was about to light it, he paused. He turned to Shuya and asked, "I smoke. Do you mind?" "No, I don't mind." Although Shuya didn't hate the smell of cigarettes, no one dared to smoke in front of her usually. Yang Ming was obviously an exception. When did he learn to smoke? Yang Ming lit the cigarette in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "You are right. There are many coincidences in the world." Even so, Yang Ming didn't believe that the ring was a coincidence. However, at this time, Yang Ming didn't reveal anything. He just didn't want Shuya to have any precautions in advance. Not long after, Ho Jinhan and the others also arrived here. Miss Su and the staff came down from the extended Audi Q7. "I am going down." Although Shuya didn't have enough time, there was no reason to continue. She hesitated, took out a card from her bag, and handed it to Yang Ming. "This is my personal phone number. If you have something, just call me." Yang Ming nodded. "Okay." Yang Ming glanced at Shuya, but he didn't find any clues. From just now until now, Yang Ming found that Shuya was somewhat restrained in front of him. Yang Ming didn't know why. Perhaps it was because of the incident on the Alice, so Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Although Ming Yang Entertainment was the organizer, and Yang Ming could easily contact Shuya, he could only contact Shuya's agent, Miss Su. If there was anything, he would look for Shuya through Miss Su. Most celebrities wouldn't reveal their private phone numbers so easily. Yang Ming took the business card and nodded slightly. Shuya had no reason to stay, so she reluctantly got out of the car. "Miss Shu, are you all right?" Miss Su asked worriedly. Yang Ming found it funny that Miss Su was so nervous, but it was no wonder. As an agent, she naturally had to consider everything for Shuya. "Of course I'm fine." Shuya smiled. "You, on the other hand, are you entangled by the reporters?" Yes, but those reporters saw that you weren't in the car, so they had to give up," Miss Su said. "That's it then. Miss Su, you just got off the plane. Have a good rest today. Tomorrow, I will send someone to discuss the specific matters of the concert with you in detail." Ho Jinhan said. "Okay." Miss Su nodded and said, "Sorry to trouble you." The waiters in Heavenly Earth had been instructed to be very low-key about Shuya's matters. Ho Jinhan had strictly ordered that all the waiters were not allowed to harass Suya at will. They were not allowed to ask for autographs and photos, or they would be fired. The rooms of Shuya and her group were also arranged on the top floor of Heavenly Earth so that they wouldn't be disturbed by other guests. After sending Shuya away, Yang Ming turned and said to Ho Jinhan, "Do you still have tickets for the concert?" Because the concert tickets were pre-sold, they had been sold a month in advance. Especially for a heavyweight star like Shuya, the tickets had been sold out half a month ago. "Of course, there are VIP seats. I will send them to you tomorrow." Ho Jinhan said, "Brother Yang, how many do you want? Give me 2 first. I don't know if there are other people asking for them." Yang Ming was referring to Zhang Bin and others. "Okay, there aren't many VIP seats, but there are many reservations for ordinary seats." Ho Jinhan said, "That's fine. Call me when you send the tickets tomorrow." After returning from the hotel, Yang Ming drove to the newly bought villa. Although the interior had been renovated, no one could take care of everything. Everyone had their own living habits. Even if the house was renovated, some changes had to be made according to their own habits and life characteristics. After getting the key to the villa, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan found a professional renovation company to redesign the interior of the villa. Of course, The two people put forward some key suggestions according to their own preferences. Because the time was tight, Yang Ming let the renovation company work overtime as much as possible. The two groups of workers took turns to work day and night. The business manager who was responsible for the project still had some complaints because the labor at night was much more expensive. After all, who was willing to stay up all night to work? However, under the powerful monetary attack of Yang Ming, the business manager immediately smiled. The wages given by Yang Ming were enough to cover the extra labor costs. "How is it, master?" Yang Ming asked the person in charge of the renovation team after entering the house. "Little boss, you are here. This work is not easy to do." The person in charge of the renovation team said to Yang Ming with a bitter face. The person in charge was a man in his 30s with a shrewd face. At first glance, he was a veteran in the industry. "Not easy to do. The money is not less." "What's not easy to do?" Yang Ming frowned. "I didn't change many places. You are a professional renovation company. Can't you do this work?" "Little boss, you can't say that. The work is nothing. The main thing is that the neighbors are not willing to do it." The person in charge said, "Last night, they came to our door and asked us to be quiet." "Neighbors? Where are the neighbors here?" Yang Ming was stunned. He thought, this lie is not reliable. "I only bought this villa. Where are the neighbors?" "Next door." The person in charge still wanted to say something, but Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted him. "Forget it. You guys do a good job. If the work is done carefully and the time is ahead of schedule, I will not treat you badly." After Yang Ming finished, he threw the remaining half-pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the person in charge. The person in charge took the cigarettes with a smile. He took one out and smelled it. He hung it on his ear and said, "Well said. Since the little boss is so straightforward, then we will work hard." He also knew that Yang Ming was very generous. How could he be an ordinary person if he could such a big villa? So when he heard that Yang Ming said that as long as he did a good job and fast, there would be rewards, he immediately became excited. Yang Ming casually inspected the renovation situation. The progress was basically satisfactory. In terms of materials, Yang Ming used the special environmentally friendly materials. They were non-toxic and pollution-free, so that they could move in immediately after the renovation. Not long after Yang Ming's car left, a black Lamborghini sports car drove into another villa next to Yang Ming's villa. A beautiful girl in a black outfit got out of the car. She frowned and looked at the Sun Moon Pavilion that was making clanking sounds over there. She shook her head. "This neighbor is really annoying. This villa is obviously renovated, but he still wants to renovate it? He still works all day long. Can't he let people sleep?" The girl frowned slightly. She thought, "I don't know what kind of person this neighbor is, but such an overbearing person like him is definitely not easy to get along with. When the time comes, if it is too annoying, I will let my underlings find trouble with him." Yang Ming naturally didn't know that the neighbor that the person in charge talked about really existed. At this moment, she was making things up about him. Yang Ming thought that this was just fabricated by the person in charge. He wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for more wages. Before Little Doors started, he investigated Xu Ye's background in advance. In Hong Kong, Xu Haikua was a person who could call the wind and summon the rain. He had connections with many gangs in Hong Kong. It was said that he was the behind-the-scenes supporter of a certain gang. If he wanted to use Xu Ye as a breakthrough point and ask something from her, it wouldn't work without some coercion. However, he really didn't dare to do it in Hong Kong. After all, that was Xu Haikua's territory. In the end, it wouldn't be good if he went for wool, but came home shorn. He would be in trouble. After all, Little Dorsk wasn't a good person. Although he didn't come into contact with the drug business, he was also an underworld figure with Interpol. How could there be a good person in a casino? Therefore, Little Dorsk was waiting for a suitable opportunity. When he saw that the newspaper published the news that Shuya was going to hold a concert tour, he was happy. He had to say that this was a good opportunity to make a move. As long as it wasn't in Hong Kong and not in Xu Haikua's territory, Little Dorsk was still confident that he could succeed. Although there would be bodyguards protecting Shuya on the way to the concert, it was much worse than in Hong Kong. After gathering the manpower and preparing everything, Little Dorsk and a group of men boarded the plane to Donghai. It was no wonder that Little Dorsk was so concerned. It was worth tens of billions of euros. Chapter 695. However, Little Dorsk really didn't waste this trip. He really found some clues. But, unfortunately, there's an old saying that says it well. People die for money, and birds die for food. If Little Dorsk had stayed in his own territory and no longer had any improper thoughts, he would have lived a very happy life. However, he chose a path of no return. However, Little Dorsk didn't think so. He felt that his ability was more than enough to deal with a celebrity. Self-confidence was a good thing, but blind self-confidence wasn't so good. Recently, Yang Ming was really busy. He was too busy. Fortunately, the jewelry company was managed by Zhang Bin. However, at this critical moment, there was unfortunate news. Zhang Bin was beaten up. Yang Ming was a little stunned when he got the news. Zhang Bin was acting like a boss now. How could he be beaten up so easily? The caller was Zhao Cixi. Yang Ming immediately realized that things weren't simple. Otherwise, Zhang Bin should have called him personally. How is Zhang Bin? What the hell is going on? Yang Ming asked quickly. I don't know. This morning, Zhang Bin and I were recruiting people in the company. As a result, a group of people rushed in. They held iron rods and smashed without saying anything. Zhang Bin went to stop them, but they beat him with iron rods. Zhao Cixi's voice was a little confused. Now we are at the First People's Hospital. Are you coming over? I'll be right there. Yang Ming frowned. Is Zhang Bin seriously injured? Both arms are broken. They are all external injuries. However, he can't take care of himself for a while. Zhao Cixi said sadly. I got it. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Yang Ming hung up the phone after he finished. Zhang Bin was beaten up. Bao Sanli had already taken care of this jewelry company. The people in the underworld should know the background of the company. No one should provoke it. However, Yang Ming still called Bao Sanli. Leopard, I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming said, Brother Yang, do you have any orders? In the past, Yang Ming would call Ho Jinhan directly if something happened. It was only recently that Yang Ming gradually used Bao Sanli, so Bao Sanli was naturally in awe. My Lu Weishan Jewelry Company was smashed. Help me find out who did it. Yang Ming ordered. Smashed. Bao Sanli was stunned. How could it be? I've already told the people below. They've even warned the hooligans nearby and strictly ordered them not to cause trouble. Zhang Bin's 2 arms were broken. Yang Ming said somewhat angrily, Leopard, go and investigate immediately, then give me a call. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli quickly agreed. Therefore, the entire underworld of Songjiang was dispatched. It had to be admitted that sometimes the underworld did things faster than the police. The police had to pay attention to procedures and methods, and the underworld was unscrupulous. All the hooligans in the business street were gathered together. Bao Sanli personally asked, This morning, when Lu Weishan Jewelry Company was smashed, who was nearby? Brother Bao. I know. I was nearby. A hooligan raised his hand and replied excitedly. It was a great honor to be personally summoned by Brother Bao. Say it. If you provide valuable clues, I will reward you. Bao Sanli said quickly. Yes. The hooligans said, a group of black-shirt people came in a large modern van. Because I was also in the underworld, I paid attention to these people. I originally thought that they were from the underworld of Songjiang, but after thinking about it, it wasn't right. Boss, you told us not to trouble Lu Weishan Jewelry. So I felt that something was wrong. So I carefully paid attention to these people and found that they were all unfamiliar faces. I haven't seen them in the underworld. I think they shouldn't be local people of Songjiang. Did you record the license plate number? Bao Sanli's heart tightened. Are they outsiders? Yes, it's a license plate from Donghai. The license plate number is AQ7431. The hooligans said, Pass down the order. Go and find this car immediately. Bao Sanli said to the underlings around him. In addition, find someone to check the information of this car. At the moment, Yang Ming was chatting with Fong Tian at Fong Tian's place. After calling Bao Sanli, He informed Fong Tian and hurried out the door. As soon as he went out, he met Dong Jun's brother. Even if Yang Ming was anxious, he couldn't lose his manners. He quickly stopped and greeted, "Long time no see." "Huh, Yang Ming, you are here too." Dong Jun smiled and said, "Great. It's just right for the three of us to catch up in the evening." Since Fong Tian was released from the detention center, Dong Jun had never failed to be arrested by the police. It could be assumed that the original failures were intentional. His purpose was to visit Fong Tian in the detention center. Yang Ming was relieved. With Dong Jun's means, the probability of being caught by the police was very small. It turned out to be the case. However, Dong Jun still didn't change his previous habits. He was still a thief. Not only did he sponsor a number of lonely old people, but he also sponsored many children who were out of school. A while ago, there was an earthquake in the disaster area. He also donated a lot of money to the disaster area. "Brother Dong, I have a very urgent matter today. Let's do another day." Yang Ming was worried about Zhang Bin's safety. How could he have the mood to drink and catch up? "Oh, why are you in such a hurry?" Dong Jun was stunned. "One of my good buddies was beaten up. He is now in the hospital. I have to rush there as soon as possible." Yang Ming said. This wasn't a secret, so Yang Ming didn't hide it from Dong Jun. "Let's go." "Then take my car. My car is fast." Dong Jun said, "I just happen to have an acquaintance in the first hospital." "And?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then said, "Brother Dong, you have a car?" I just bought it from Europe. It's a limited edition Ferrari." Dong Jun said, "It has a lot of horsepower. Do you want to try?" "I'm not used to driving a sports car. It's better for you to drive." Yang Ming shook his head. Looking at the luxury sports car parked not far from the door, Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. Dong Jun actually spent a lot of money to buy a sports car. It turned out that he was quite shabby. "This car, this year, is the last batch. It's out of production." Dong Jun opened the door with the remote control and then said to Yang Ming, "Oh." Yang Ming didn't have the mood to study the value of this car. He was worried about Zhang Bin, so he just nodded perfunctorily. The sports car had not yet been branded. Dong Jun was driving all the way. He ran when he saw the lights, and soon came to the Songjiang First People's Hospital. Sure enough, as Dong Jun said, Dong Jun was familiar with the hospital from the dean to the head nurse. Yang Ming had long known that Dong Jun had a wide range of people in Songjiang, but he didn't know that he had reached such a level. "Brother Dong, I found that you were really badass. You actually know the people in the first hospital." Yang Ming sincerely praised. "Hey, not to mention the first hospital, I know the second hospital, the third hospital, the fourth hospital, and the Red Cross hospital," Dong Jun said proudly. Zhang Bin's injury was not serious. His two injured arms were also injured when he blocked. In other words, the goal of these people was not Zhang Bin, but just to smash the company. If Zhang Bin didn't block, he wouldn't be injured. This made Yang Ming even more baffled. He thought that Zhang Bin offended someone when he was preparing for the company, but now it seemed that this was not the case. These people were not coming for Zhang Bin. Could it be that they were coming for me? Yang Ming was at a loss. This feeling was very bad. Yang Ming hadn't felt like this for a long time. For a long time, he had been playing with the enemy, or the enemy was in the light, and he was in the dark. Now, the company was inexplicably smashed by people, and he still didn't know the reason. However, if these people were coming for him, why didn't they look for him directly? Why did they look for trouble with the jewelry company? If they were coming for the company, who did the company offend? Now, Yang Ming could only put his hopes on Bao Sanli, because, according to the memories of Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi, those people didn't say anything at all, and they didn't leave any words. After smashing the things, they left quickly. Moreover, the things that were smashed were just some display cabinets on the surface. They weren't worth much money. Even if it was repaired, it would only cost a few thousand yuan. This made Yang Ming even more confused about what these people were doing. It didn't seem like they were coming for revenge, but more like they were coming to disgust him, or it was to provoke him. Seeing that Zhang Bin's body was fine, Yang Ming was relieved. He told him a few words and let him rest well. However, at the company's side, it was time to find another helper. Zhang Bin fell, and Zhao Cixi couldn't handle it. Chapter 696. Until the evening, Yang Ming didn't receive any valuable news. It wasn't that Bao Somli didn't work hard. He had done his best. Yang Ming didn't give him many tasks. This time, there was an opportunity. Naturally, he would sharpen his brain to complete it. However, Song Jiang was turned upside down, and the Hyundai van was not found. Instead, he got information from the car administration. This license plate had been reported lost half a year ago, and the original car had been replaced. Moreover, the original model wasn't a Hyundai van, but a white Sea Lion van. Yang Ming didn't expect to get any clues from the license plate. After all, no one would drive their own car to commit a crime. Bao Somli wanted to check it because he didn't want to let go of any possibility. The Hyundai van completely disappeared, and no one knew the people in the van. This group of people and the van seemed to have evaporated into thin air. They were quietly hidden, or they had left Song Jiang. There was no way to find out where they went. The clues were broken. Although Yang Ming was unwilling, he could only give up. He instructed Bao Somli to leave a few people to continue to follow up on this matter. The others returned to their respective posts and performed their duties. Things passed like this, but in Yang Ming's heart, it always left a knot. Without figuring out the truth of the matter, Yang Ming was always a little uneasy. Originally, the jewelry company was a legitimate industry. Yang Ming didn't think too much about it. However, after this incident, Yang Ming had to send some people to protect the company's daily safety. Since Chun Mingyan already knew about Lin Jiyun's matter, Yang Ming didn't need to avoid it. It turned out that he didn't let Lin Jiyun come to work in the jewelry company because he was afraid that Chen Mingyan would make trouble after knowing about it. In fact, Yang Ming felt that he really owed Lin Jiyun a little. It had been so long since the new year, but the number of times he went to Lin Jiyun's house could be counted on his fingers. Looking at the time, it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Ming had been dealing with some aftermath with Zhao Cixi in the jewelry company in the morning. He had been busy until now and hadn't eaten yet. He walked into Ani Hong's popular snacks. In the vicinity, the only decent snack bar was here. Sometimes, when Yang Ming came to Fong Tian's house, he didn't eat and would just eat here. Ani Hong also knew that Yang Ming was Lin Jiyun's boyfriend, so every time Yang Ming came, she was very enthusiastic. "Little Yang, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Auntie Hong warmly greeted him. "Shall we have a private room? It's just me. Why do I need to sit in a private room?" Yang Ming felt a little strange. "Just sit outside." Aunt Hong sighed and hesitated. This made Yang Ming even more inexplicable. When he entered the house, he simply found a table and wanted to sit down. When he looked up, he found another table not far away. There was a group of people drinking, and Li Dadong was sitting in it. Yang Ming thought about it and understood Ani Hong's meaning. She must be afraid that he would encounter an awkward situation with Li Dadong, so she wanted to push him to the private room as soon as he entered the door. However, he had already met him. Yang Ming couldn't pretend not to know him, not to mention that Yang Ming had a good talk with him last time. "Big winter melon." Yang Ming smiled and nodded to Li Dadong. It was a greeting. "Yang Ming, Yang Ming." Li Dadong was stunned and responded awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Yang Ming here. "Big Dongzi, who is it?" Another young man who was drinking with Li Dadong asked. "A friend," Li Dadong said vaguely. "Come and drink together?" Another person who looked more bold greeted Yang Ming. "No, I have an appointment with someone. I will leave after eating some food." After Yang Ming finished speaking, he regretted it a little. Before he came, he called Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming said that he was a little hungry, so he came here to eat some food. Lin Jiyun didn't have anything to do, so she told Yang Ming that she would come to the restaurant to find him. Now, seeing that Li Dadong was also here, Yang Ming wondered if he should call Lin Jiyun and ask her not to come. After all, it was a little awkward. However, Yang Ming thought about it again. Li Dadong had to face this kind of thing sooner or later. It was absolutely impossible for him to give up on Lin Jiyun, so there was no need to avoid anything. So he dispelled this idea, picked up the menu, and ordered a fried rice and a small dish of soy sauce beef. Lin Jiyun's home was very close to here. Yang Ming put down the menu, and Lin Jiyun came. Perhaps Li Dadong also saw Lin Jiyun and was afraid of being embarrassed, so he lowered his head. Lin Jiyun didn't notice his existence. Yang Ming, why don't you come to my house to eat? Lin Jiyun was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming coming to her house to eat at the restaurant. Isn't Ani Shin not at home? If I go, no one will cook for me. Besides, even if Ani Shun is here, this isn't a meal. How can I trouble her? Said Yang Ming. But I know how to make it. I can make fried rice very quickly, said Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming was stunned and immediately understood. It turned out that Lin Jiyun also knew how to cook. These days, there weren't many girls who knew how to cook. Yang Ming didn't expect that there was more than one around him. Hey, Dadong, isn't that your family's Lin Jiyun? The bold young man who was drinking with Li Dadong suddenly found a clue. Li Dadong had to smile bitterly. The people who were drinking with him were all his high school buddies. They knew his things very well. Many of them knew Lin Jiyun and knew Li Dadong's feelings for Lin Jiyun. Originally, they thought that these two people were a logical couple, but they didn't expect that Lin Jiyun was talking and laughing with another man. Just now, the bold young man asked Li Dadong to ask Lin Jiyun to come together. Li Dadong gave a vague answer. The bold young man didn't think much about it, but now he understood that Li Dadong was heartbroken. Another thin man who was eating with him also frowned and said to Li Dadong, "Dongzi, what the hell is going on? Who is that kid? Why is he sitting with sister-in-law?" AI. Li Dadong knew that things couldn't be hidden. He sighed. He is Jiyun's boyfriend. Fuck. Dongzi, what the hell is going on? What's the problem between you and Lin Jiyun? The bold young man said anxiously. I don't know. When I came back for the Chinese New Year this time, Lin Jiyun had a boyfriend. Li Dadong shook his head, and his words were full of bitterness. Then you should ask clearly? You have been in a relationship with her for so many years. How can you not be compared to a boyfriend you just met? The thin man was also somewhat puzzled. We are all in the same high school. We all watched you and Lin Jiyun grow up. How could she have a boyfriend just like that? Forget it. Some things, especially feelings, can't be explained clearly. Li Dadong picked up a glass of beer in front of him and drank it. Fuck. Li Dadong, are you fucking a man? You just gave up like that? The bold young man glared and said, Are you a man? Looking at your beloved woman talking and laughing with another man. Can you fucking bear it? Li Dadong's face turned red and he couldn't speak. The bold young man's voice was a little louder. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming both heard it. At this moment, Lin Jiyun also saw Li Dadong sitting not far away. Brother Dadong. Lin Jiyun also understood Li Dadong's mind, but it was simply impossible for her to be with him. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lin Jiyun got up and greeted Li Dadong. Jiyun. Li Dadong opened his mouth and said these two words after a while. Lin Jiyun, what the hell is going on? How did you find a boyfriend? The bold young man was impatient. Li Dadong didn't speak, so he couldn't help it. Brother Yaoyong, I found a boyfriend. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun and the bold young man obviously knew each other. A few of us are optimistic about you and Dongzi being together. Why did you betray him? The thin man's words weren't as pleasant as the bold young man called Brother Yaoyong. Lin Jiyun frowned. Yang Ming, who was sitting on the side, was also a little impatient. He glanced at the thin man and said, This has nothing to do with you, right? How does it have nothing to do with me? The thin man was squeezed by Yang Ming and immediately became a little anxious. He turned to Li Dadong and said, Li Dadong, if you are still a man, stand up now and kill this kid with a beer bottle. Forget it, Zheng Zitao. Li Dadong shook his head and then said to Lin Jiyun awkwardly, Sorry, you drink too much. Li Dadong, you fucking bastard. Zheng Zitao slammed the table and shouted, There are 3 of us. Are you still afraid of him? Ani Hong also saw the quarrel here at the moment. She quickly came over and dissuaded. What's going on? Calm down. Chapter 697. Ani Hong, this is none of your business. You can go back to work first. Zhang Zitao said with a gloomy face. Forget it, Zitao. Give me face. Don't cause trouble, okay? Li Dadong said very awkwardly. Dongzi, I am your friend. I can give you face, but will others give you face? Zhang Zitao said loudly. You are being bullied, and you are still speaking for others. I'm really sad for you. Ani Hong, I'm going to pack. I won't eat here. Yang Ming glanced at the thin Zhang Zitao coldly, then turned to Ani Hong and said, looking at Lin Jiyun and Ani Hong's face, Yang Ming wasn't willing to argue with a drunk person. Why? Are you scared? Are you scared? After Zhang Zitao listened to Yang Ming's words, he sneered, What kind of despicable means did you use? Now that you are in the wrong, you want to leave, right? I say, Big Dongzi, you're the only one who can swallow this. Zhang Zitao's sentence just hit Yang Ming's sore spot. The process of knowing Lin Jiyun was one of the things that Yang Ming felt the most wrong. Although the means to get Lin Jiyun wasn't his own intention, it was indeed a bit despicable. Li Dadong, I will give you face today. Yang Ming stood up and glared at Zhang Zitao. Your friend drank too much horse piss. Let him stop. Li Dadong smiled bitterly. As he was about to speak, Zhang Zitao slammed the table and stood up. Little bastard, who are you talking about? Are you tired of living? Zhang Zitao saw that Yang Ming didn't look like a big shot. How high-end could he be eating in this kind of snack bar? He was also a person who had seen the scene. Today, he came here because of Li Dadong. Otherwise, he wouldn't eat in such a low-class place. Therefore, Zhang Zitao naturally had a sense of superiority. At this moment, he saw that Yang Ming actually dared to scold him. Of course, he wasn't willing. Do you have food at home? Yang Ming suddenly turned and asked Lin Jiyun. Yes. What's wrong? Didn't you buy fried rice? Lin Jiyun asked curiously. As long as you have it. Yang Ming picked up the fried rice on the table and smashed it directly on Zhang Zitao's face. Zhang Zitao let out a strange cry. As soon as it was out of the pot, the steaming hot fried rice was poured on his face, making him dance for joy. The young man named Yao Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Originally, he was just a spectator, but now, he couldn't help but speak up. He stood up and pointed at Yang Ming. Aren't you going too far? Whether it's too much or not, you know it clearly in your heart. You can hear what your friend is saying. Yang Ming said coldly, I don't want to fight today, but don't force me. It's none of your business. It's best if you don't get involved. Yao Yang's character was more heroic. His friend was in trouble. Whether he was in the wrong or not, he couldn't just sit and watch. Not to mention that Zhang Zitao was also speaking for Li Dadong. Kid, I just said a few words to you, and you actually hit me. Yao Yang got up and rushed to Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun, don't say that brother Yao Yang didn't give you face. Yao Yang, you stop. Zhang Zitao wiped the rice residue on his face and waved his hand to stop him. Zitao, are you okay? Yao Yang hesitated and asked. I will settle my grievances with this kid. Zhang Zitao said coldly, Kid, you're quite badass, but do you know the consequences of fighting with me? Zitao, forget it. Give me face, okay? Li Dadong heard Zhang Zitao's words and was immediately shocked. Li Dadong knew a little about Zhang Zitao's background. When he saw that Zhang Zitao was going to be serious with Yang Ming, he quickly dissuaded him. Yang Ming, this matter is also your fault. I will talk to Zitao. You apologize to him, and this matter will be over, okay? Li Dadong finished and whispered, Zitao's brother owns a bath center. You can't afford to offend him. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Li Dadong, Today's matter, I will give you face and forget about it. However, it is impossible to apologize. If anyone wants to apologize, it should be him who apologizes to me. AI. Li Dadong sighed helplessly. He was also in a dilemma. If he allowed Zhang Zitao to teach Yang Ming a lesson, then his impression in Lin Jiyun's heart would be ruined. He couldn't even be her brother anymore. Although he didn't have any illusions about Lin Jiyun now, he still loved her. He also wanted Lin Jiyun to be happy. However, Yang Ming refused to apologize to Zhang Zitao. He couldn't stop Zhang Zitao. After all, Zhang Zitao stood up for him. Do you dare to wait here for 10 minutes? Zhang Zitao took out his mobile phone and pointed at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and didn't intend to bother with Zhang Zitao. He took Lin Jiyun's hand and said, "Let's go." "You stop," Zhang Zitao shouted. "Forget it." Li Dadong hesitated and finally reached out and pulled Zhang Zitao's sleeve. "Zitao, Jiyun is very happy now. I don't want to create any trouble for her." "Fuck." Zhang Zitao scolded and looked at Li Dadong with some resentment. But Li Dadong just smiled honestly. When Yang Ming left, he looked at Li Dadong approvingly. This person has a good nature. Today, in this situation, he can still hold back and not find trouble with me. It seems that he isn't the kind of person who is easily bewitched and impetuous. Yang Ming was now short of manpower. He would talk to Lin Jiyun in a while. If she thought it was good, he would hire Li Dadong to come to the company to help. At that time, Lin Jiyun would be the general manager. If Li Dadong came to work, he wouldn't be slacking. Although it was somewhat unfair to Li Dadong, he had to face it sooner or later. He was used to it. Besides, although Yang Ming's jewelry company was only a small emerging company, its future was limitless. It was only a matter of time before it became one of the largest companies in the country. "Dadong, today I'm giving you face and not arguing with this kid. But if I see him alone next time, I won't let him go so easily," Zhang Zitao said fiercely. It wasn't that Zhang Zitao hadn't suffered a loss before, but those losses were from the ruthless people who he thought he couldn't shake. For someone like Yang Ming, he didn't think that he was a ruthless person. "Yang Ming, I was so scared just now." Lin Jiyun held Yang Ming's hand and sweated slightly. "Why? Are you afraid that Zhang Zitao will beat me? Or are you worried about Li Dadong?" Yang Ming smiled. "What? How can I be worried?" As Lin Jiyun said this, she quickly changed her words. "For so many years, I have always regarded Brother Dadong as my own brother. I don't want you to have any conflict with him. I understand." Yang Ming smiled ambiguously. "Jiyun, that plate of fried rice was wasted. It seems that I have to trouble you to get me something to eat." "Okay." Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded happily. To be able to do something for Yang Ming, in Lin Jiyun's opinion, she was very happy. "I want to taste your cooking. Ani Shun's cooking is good. I think your apprentice won't be bad." Yang Ming joked. "You're making fun of me." Lin Jiyun pouted. "If it's not as good as my mother's, you will scold me." "I won't." Yang Ming pinched Lin Jiyun's little hand and said, "As long as it's made by you, I like to eat it." Lin Jiyun was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming blankly and didn't know what to do. Although the relationship between the two people was somewhat unclear, Yang Ming had never talked to her so intimately and gently. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had completely let go of Chun Mingyin's imperial sword. Originally, he had the attitude of letting nature take its course with Lin Jiyun. But now, he wasn't afraid that Chun Mingyin would quarrel with him after knowing. Yang Ming also had to adjust his strategy. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Jiyun in a daze, Yang Ming asked with a smile. "No, nothing." Lin Jiyun was full of joy at the moment. Back at Lin Jiyun's home, Yang Ming sat on the sofa while Lin Jiyun happily went to prepare food for Yang Ming. Yang Ming had nothing to do. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Song Zhang's local entertainment channels were full of news of Xu Ye's concert and interviews of Xu Ye's previous programs. "Yang Ming, do you like Xu Ye too?" After a while, Lin Jiyun came in with a plate of fragrant fried rice. I'm just looking around. Now the TV is full of this program." Yang Ming put the remote control aside and took the fried rice that Lin Jiyun handed over. He smelled it and said, "It's so fragrant. I think it's much better than Ani Hong's." "You haven't eaten yet." "How do you know?" Lin Jiyun asked with a smile, but her heart was sweeter than anything else. Chapter 698. Jiyun, the thing I told you last time. It's about coming to the jewelry company to help. Have you thought about it? Yang Ming asked as he ate. Jewelry company? Is it the company that you and Zhang Bin started together? Although Lin Jiyun had never seen Zhang Bin, She also knew about this person from his words. And Zhang Bin, these 2 days. Yang Ming hesitated. He didn't want Lin Jiyun to worry, so he lied. Zhang Bin is sick these 2 days. He is hospitalized. There is no one to take care of him in the company. As you know, I am very busy every day. The business in the company is delayed. But is it okay for me to go? Lin Jiyun was very happy when she heard that Yang Ming asked her to help in the company. However, she immediately thought of Chun Mingyan. The encounter in the flower shop that day. Chun Mingyan still had a lingering fear. What's not good about it? Yang Ming didn't think of Lin Jiyun's thoughts. He thought that Lin Jiyun was afraid that he was a nepotistic person, which would have a bad influence in the company. Or she was afraid that Zhang Bin would have other thoughts, so he smiled and said, Zhang Bin's girlfriend is also in the company. You can accompany her. When she heard that Yang Ming said the word also, Lin Jiyun's heart was beating fast. What does the word also mean? Does Yang Ming also regard me as his girlfriend? But what would Chun Mingyan think? Seeing that Yang Ming misunderstood, Lin Jiyun couldn't pretend to be stupid. After all, it was easy to go to the company, but if Chun Mingyan knew something, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Yang Ming, I mean, if your girlfriend knows, won't she mind? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. You mean Mingyan? She knows about your matter. I have told her about your situation. It's fine, Yang Ming said vaguely. As for the situation, only Yang Ming himself knew. Oh, Lin Jiyun didn't ask much, so she nodded. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. She didn't say anything. What do you want her to say? Yang Ming asked with a smile. No, nothing. How would Lin Jiyun know how to answer? She could only forget about it. Well, let's not talk about this. I will take you to the company in a while. You can familiarize yourself with the business first. According to the original plan, we have to launch a series of couple jewelry to the market before Valentine's Day on February 14th. Yang Ming said, if we don't hurry up, it will be too late. Okay. As the two of them were talking, the sound of the door opening came from outside. When they looked up, they saw Shen Yueping coming in with a basket. Little Yang is here too. When Shen Yueping saw Yang Ming, she immediately showed a smile. For Yang Ming, Shen Yueping not only liked him, but she was also grateful to him in her heart. In her own family, such a thing happened. If there was no Yang Ming, this family might have been finished long ago. Therefore, every time Yang Ming came here as a guest, Shen Yueping was very enthusiastic. Hello, Auntie Shen. Yang Ming quickly stood up and greeted her. Sit down, Yang Ming. You don't have to be so polite. Here is like your own home. Shen Yueping said. What do you want to eat tonight? Auntie will make it for you. I just ate. Auntie Shen, Jiyun made me fried rice. Yang Ming pointed to the empty plate in front of him. So you just ate. That's fine. When you are hungry, tell Auntie. Shen Yueping said. Although Yang Ming had advised Shen Yueping not to go out to work, she was also a person who couldn't stay idle. She still worked part-time in other people's homes. But there was plenty of time. She only worked for half a day. Her monthly salary wasn't low, so Yang Ming let her do whatever she wanted. Just like his parents, they couldn't stay idle. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's current financial resources, he would have let his parents travel around the world. Hey, you are also watching Shuya's interview? Shen Yueping put the basket in the kitchen, then turned back and sat on the sofa. She glanced at the TV and said, Mom, you know Shuya too? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect her mother to know the people in the entertainment industry. How can I not know? Shen Yueping smiled and said, the child I worked for was a fan of Shuya. The room was full of posters and photos of Shuya. It was hard for me not to know her. During the summer vacation, Shuya's CDs were displayed. Yang Ming shook his head. It seems that Shuya's appeal and influence aren't ordinary. Fortunately, I was soft-hearted at the time and didn't do it. Otherwise, how many of Shuya's fans would be in so much pain? If they knew that I killed their idol, then Yang Ming didn't need to show his face anymore. Even if I'm badass, I can't fight against thousands of people. If everyone kicks me, I'll die. Yaner, do you like Shuya too? Shen Yueping turned and asked her daughter. And I like her very much. I think Shuya is very beautiful. She has never had any scandals in the entertainment industry. It's really not easy. Lin Jiu nodded and said, and Shuya songs are really good. I see that many of you young people like this Shuya. Shin Yueping smiled and said, right, I heard that Shuya is going to hold a concert here. The child of the family where I work had a big fight with his parents because of this. Big fight? What happened? Yang Ming asked curiously. It's like this. The child asked his parents to buy tickets early, but his parents were busy with work and forgot about it. Now, the tickets were all sold out. They couldn't buy tickets even if they wanted to. The child was angry with his parents. Shin Yueping shook her head. Sometimes, when I think about it, the child is really pitiful. Although his parents made a lot of money and never lacked money to spend, they weren't happy at all. The child is only in junior high school. AI. He can't see his parents all day long. Every concert or some competition, aren't there some people who sell scalp tickets? Lin Jiun said, his parents can go and buy scalp tickets, right? They did. Why didn't they? The secretary went to find those scalpers on the same day, but the scalpers didn't have tickets in their hands. Shin Yueping smiled bitterly. It is said that the organizer of this concert has an underworld background. Those scalpers don't dare to sell tickets. Yang Ming didn't expect Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan to take precautions against these things. It seemed that the two people had indeed matured a lot, and they were much more meticulous in their work. Although the scalpers sold tickets, which had no effect on their own income, the number of votes was always limited. Those who didn't buy tickets would buy scalp tickets at a high price. This was also unfair to some people. Ani Shun, how are you doing in that family? Is it still satisfactory? Yang Ming thought about it and asked. It's very good. The people in this family are good. The couple is very busy. I have taken care of the house. They give a lot of money every month, and they never make things difficult for me. Shin Yueping said sincerely, it's much better than the original family. What about the child you mentioned? Asked Yang Ming. The child is also very sensible. He has never discriminated against me. He calls me Ani Ping. Sometimes I even persuade the child. The child listens to my advice. We get along very well. Shin Yueping asked curiously, Yang Ming, why are you asking this? Shin Yueping thought that Yang Ming wanted to take the opportunity to persuade her not to go out to work. Nothing. I'm just asking. As Yang Ming said this, he opened his handbag, took out something from it, and handed it to Shin Yueping. Auntie Shun, this is an admission ticket to Shuya's concert. Although it is not a VIP seat, it is also hard to get a ticket. You can give this to the child. Shin Yueping was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. Concert? Aren't you and Yin Air going to see it? I still have tickets. Yang Ming pointed to his bag. The organizer of the concert is my friend. He left a ticket for me. This one is redundant. This morning, Ho Zhenhan sent a lot of concert tickets to Yang Ming. There were VIP seats and ordinary seats, and every ticket was reserved. Then, Ani will thank you on behalf of the child. Shin Yueping quickly took the concert ticket and glanced at the ticket price. She was immediately stunned. This ticket is so expensive. Do you need to pay? No need. I didn't spend any money. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Through the incident between Bai Hai and Gu Xinyao, Lin Jiun had already known about Yang Ming's background, so it wasn't very strange. However, Shin Yueping was a little nervous. She heard that the organizer of the concert was the underworld, so no one dared to speculate. Yang Ming actually knew the organizer, and it seemed that his face wasn't small. He actually left a ticket for him. However, when she thought about how Yang Ming easily settled Lin Changqing's matter in Donghai, it was probably because of Yang Ming's unusual background. So, she was relieved. Chapter 699. After talking with Shin Yueping for a while, Yang Ming told Shin Yueping about his idea of letting Lin Jian go to the company to help. Shin Yueping was very supportive. Yin Air, when you go to Little Yang's company, you must learn humbly. You can't be arrogant just because you are Little Yang's girlfriend. You must keep a normal heart. Shin Yueping said worriedly. You have such a unique condition, You must cherish it. Mom, you can rest assured. I won't. Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red. Her character was also destined that she couldn't be arrogant. And it's good that you know. Xin Yueping nodded and said, although the company is Little Yang's, after all, it is a partnership between two people. It's not up to your family to decide. Ani Shun, you can rest assured. Jiyun isn't such a person. I know this best. Otherwise, I can't put her in this position. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Xin Yueping listened to Yang Ming and was relieved. She still believed in Yang Ming's words. The words that should be said had been said. Xin Yueping no longer wanted to be a third wheel, so she got up and said, I'm going to the kitchen to wash the vegetables. You two can play. After Xin Yueping left, Yang Ming hesitated for a long time. He felt that he should talk about Li Dadong's matter. Jiyun, what do you think of Li Dadong as a person? Asked Yang Ming. And why are you suddenly asking this? Lin Jiyun was embarrassed. Didn't I say it before? I have always regarded him as my big brother. Hee, I'm not asking you this. Why are you nervous? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun with a smile. I mean, what do you think of Li Dadong's character? Oh, Lin Jiyun was a little shy. She misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. She lowered her head and said, Brother Dadong is a good person. He's a good person. He doesn't have any bad intentions. And I also observed him carefully. I think his character is still good. Yang Ming continued, if Li Dadong comes to the jewelry company to help, what do you think? Let him come. Lin Jiyun was stunned and blurted out, You're not worried? Why would I be worried? Yang Ming smiled and looked at Lin Jiyun's blushing face. Ugh, I mean that. Lin Jiyun stuttered. The words just now were blurted out involuntarily. Now that she thought about it, it was too ambiguous. She quickly explained, I mean, aren't you afraid that Brother Dadong will deliberately do something to destroy the company? However, when she said this, Lin Jiyun felt that something was wrong. She had just said that Li Dadong's character was good, and he didn't have any bad intentions. At this moment, wasn't it contradictory? Sure enough, she heard Yang Ming say, Jiyun, you can't lie. Didn't you say that Li Dadong is a good person? Why did you turn around and accuse him of sabotaging? Anyway, what I mean is Brother Dadong, he treats me. You should understand. If this is the case, can he work properly? Lin Jiyun simply braced herself and said, Some things, if you don't face it, you will never be able to solve it. Yang Ming smiled and said, Let Li Dadong accept this fact faster, so that he won't be unable to recover. This is the best way. Yang Ming did this for another purpose. That was to show his strength in front of Li Dadong. This was actually for Li Dadong's good. He wanted to let Li Dadong know that Li Dadong couldn't reach his height no matter what. Then, he would stop thinking about Lin Jiyun. Maybe you were right. Well, then the next time I see Brother Dadong, I will ask him for his opinion. It was almost time. He called Zhao Cixi and learned that the company had been renovated. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun were ready to go to the company to take a look. Just as they walked out the door, they saw Li Dadong and his two friends coming over. The three people were talking loudly. Li Dadong looked very excited. He didn't notice Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were not far away. Zhang Zitao, if you still think of me as your friend, don't mention this kind of thing again. Although I, Li Dadong, am not a gentleman, what you said, I will never do it. Li Dadong said loudly, It's too despicable. This is too much damage to Jiyun. Dadong. Zhang Zitao saw Lin Jiyun not far away and quickly reminded him. He didn't want to be interrupted by Li Dadong. Don't say it again. I will never agree. Don't use the methods of the underworld. Zitao, have you been following your brother in the bath center for too long? Have you been infected with the habits of these hooligans? You weren't like this before. Dadong, look at who is in front of you. Yao Yang saw that Li Dadong was more likely to be exposed, so he quickly patted his shoulder. Li Dadong looked up and saw Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun approaching. He was shocked. Yang Ming, Jiyun, you too. Li Dadong, I really didn't misjudge you. Yang Ming walked over and patted Li Dadong's arm with relief. Then, he said, You can distinguish between good and evil. Very good. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. From Li Dadong's words just now, he probably heard some secrets. That Zhang Zitao wasn't a good person at first glance. How good could his suggestion be? It was nothing more than lobbying Li Dadong to use some despicable means to get Lin Jiyun, but Li Dadong flatly refused. It showed that Li Dadong was a person with strong principles and a sense of justice. He wouldn't be tempted by benefits. Fuck, who do you think you are? Zhang Zitao was unhappy just now. If Li Dadong didn't try to dissuade him, he would have already taught Yang Ming a lesson. Now, the meaning of Yang Ming's words was that Zhang Zitao was evil and Li Dadong was good. How could he not be angry? Li Dadong, I advise you. This kind of friend, you don't need it. Don't think that he is helping you. He is harming you. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Zitao coldly. The bullshit ideas he gave you will kill you. Yang Ming's words were indeed true. If Li Dadong dared to have any thoughts about Lin Jiyun, then he would die miserably. Zitao, he is also thinking for me. Li Dadong was a little embarrassed. Yang Ming reprimanded Zhang Zitao in front of him, putting him in a dilemma. Fuck off. How many years have I been friends with Dadong? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, if Dadong didn't plead for you, I can let you lie down today. If I don't destroy you, you won't know how high the sky is. Zhang Zitao scolded. Yang Ming squeezed his right fist and then released it. He shook his head and said, I've already said it. You think about it yourself. As for your friend, I don't want to say anything more. In Songjiang, there are not many people who dare to talk to me like this. And those few people were Yang Ming's parents, elders, and his woman. Zhang Zitao had a disdainful look. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Yang Ming. Moreover, those people had the capital to be arrogant. What did he have? He was just a little bigger. If it was a one-on-one fight, Zhang Zitao was definitely not his opponent. So, Zhang Zitao didn't dare to make the first move without help. He just stood aside and sneered. Right, Brother Dadong, I'm going to Yang Ming's company. Do you want to come with us? Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered what Yang Ming said to her at home, so she invited him. Company? Okay. Li Dadong didn't think much about what company it was and what the company did specifically. Just because Lin Jiyun invited him, he subconsciously agreed. Zhang Zitao, on the other side, was full of mockery. What company? Dadong, don't be fooled by him. Right, Jiyun, what the hell is going on? What company? Li Dadong reacted at this moment and asked Lin Jiyun, baffled. All right, Dadong, can't you see it? Your sister Lin and her boyfriend are making up lies to trick you. Zhang Zitao said sourly. No, Brother Dadong, what I said is true. Lin Jiyun saw that she was suspected and was a little anxious. Then let's go, Dadong. Let's go and see what the company is like. Zhang Zitao was sure that this was just a lie from Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun. In other words, even Lin Jiyun was a victim. He was worried that he didn't have a chance to retaliate. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the opportunity had come. He wanted to embarrass Yang Ming. Although Yao Yang didn't speak, he had the same idea in his heart. At this time, he listened to Zhang Zitao's words and nodded to agree. If this is the case, then let's go together. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Zitao and Yao Yang. How could he not know their thoughts? But he didn't say it out loud. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.